back again. Yeah, it's much better. And when I say that, I'm still gonna close some background stuff just in case. It should be running fine, but let's be real. I don't need to have more things going against me than they already are. I need all of this open though. Yeah, guess that's all I can close. It should be fine. Dragon's Dogma is old enough that it should be no problem to run it at the 60. There we go. We bought some healing items last time. Just so that we have them. Despite the fact that we do have a healer with us, I'd rather not chance it. Where we have escort request Reynard to the Great Wall encampment. Is that one or that one? I don't know, but we're gonna do that as soon as I grab the port crystal from the Pawns Legion.
Ah, say friend, have you chanced upon a strange old man of late? Shady mien, queer mumblings. They call him the Elysian, a name I hear far too oft these days. Well, keep the man in mind.
That's text for a different quest. Let me think, is there anything that we should absolutely grab in here?
We can take on curatives and other supplies for our journey here.
State your business. The Pawn Guild, is it? All right, through here and to the left. Just don't make a nuisance of yourself, eh?
I don't remember that guy. I mean, I assume you can just avoid him by running across the roofs, but I don't remember ever having to talk with that guy. I don't know.
Pawn Guild stands ahead. Tis a
It is usually more lively.
Hey, look, a pawn. Oh, a quest. What do you have? Oh, sick child.
Merciful Maker, please, please no. Sir, I know 'tis not a matter fit to thrust upon a passing stranger, but please, I ask only that you listen a while. Just a short while. Thank you, sir. This child is my son. Was my son. His heart stopped not a few hours past. Always weak, his sweet heart. Since he was but a babe. I had long known he would not live long. But to see it, to watch him slip from my grasp, I am left with naught but rage at my impotence. Fain to try any means that I might to bring him back, I looked to magic, even curses, anything to bring him back to me. I know it for madness, but still Here, pray, accept these, sir. The first of those stones. I bought from a merchant, my son and I
Yeah,
passed in our
he
travels.
wants us to grab a wake stone.
He spoke of a powerful magic within it. Gather rocks such as this together, he said, and even the dead shall wake. Not that I am one to blindly believe in such tales, mind. Yet still, I thought there no harm in trying. And so I searched. But by the time I found a second, the whole pursuit rang hollow. 'Tis a vain hope to seek immortality in such trinkets, I know. I felt a fool for having e'er believed it.
A smithy, I should think.
I think we have one wake stone shard in our bank. You need 3 to make a wake stone. Mont Blanc sells one, I think, but I don't know if we can afford it.
Have you equipment? Bonds. They have this.
Maybe we have to.
Have your pick. What will it be today?
Have your pick. What will it be today? We have enough actually. I already have one on us too. So they automatically combine into wake stones, which is fine because it's the only crafting recipe you can make out of them anyways.
That stone. You've gathered enough? Perhaps with those, my son. But I fear I've not the strength to conjure their effect. A miracle! 'Tis a miracle! Father, I... Wilhelm, sweet Wilhelm.
We made it, thank goodness.
He looked smaller when he was lying on the ground.
The dead breathe once more. 'Tis a queer sight.
Father, I... Words cannot express my thanks, sir. I owe you more than I can ever hope to repay. You've returned my son to me. 'Tis the Maker's work you do, sir. The world is truly blessed to have you, arisen.
Blades to temper, mail to mend. Times of warming, ample business for a smithy.
I dare say we'll have use for such a power in our journeys to come.
I really need to get her better clothes. She looks like a clown. There was another quest up there. I don't know if it's anything we can do yet. I mean, I guess if we can pick it up, it's something we can do in theory. I should have picked it up when I saw it. Because
Who among you has seen the dragon?
Oh,
Who
there he
saw
is.
it raise a village at the southern shore?
You seem the type unlike to judge a man by his mien alone. I would ask you a favor, sir, if it please you. A wise choice. I warrant you'll be eager to hear what I have to say. I have long searched for a certain tome, Salomet's Grimoire. 'Tis said its pages hold the power to grant the reader command of grand arcane magics. The book itself is ensorcelled, you see. Even a novice is as a grand wizard with that grimoire in hand. I would ask you to seek it out and bring it to me, sir. Recompense? Pray, let us speak of such things once you have found the book.
Okay.
We might begin by asking around among the city's vendors.
We might, or maybe she knows.
We might begin by asking around
doesn't.
among the city's vendors.
You would know, wouldn't you?
Seems you're at the center of the storm, Arisen. Or perhaps it's you that's spinning the rest of us about.
Hello, hello.
We don't deal in the like of grimoires here. We're in honest business. Those magic tomes are oft forgeries, else stolen property. Oi, there's a notion. Why not ask a thief? They're more like to have it than honest folk like me, I'll warrant you. Take all the time you like. Do come again.
I feel
That narrows our search. Let's make for the south.
Grimoires and other curiosities are off the purview of
no.
the Iron Hand.
Wild Rose, please. I wanted
bandits
to
of the
take
south.
talk with Madeline. That's not Madeline. That's that's not Madeline.
Hello. Yes, Arisen.
No.
Are you tired, Master? Do not hesitate to seek an inn and rest.
This place holds its share of shadows.
I like that they
We
fill
might
the
find
city
all
streets with
manner of
pawns.
shops here.
Where you have some unique characters there, but you don't need to make more actual unique characters.
Sure, my stock may not, but I deal. I'm sure you'll find all you need. Or there. Quite. Why not leave it with me a while?
Yeah, he makes forgeries. I think Wake Stones is one of the items he can't forge. I don't know, we still have it. The lift stones and the fairy stones I think don't work, but he can forge a lot of things. But he only does it one at a time, and it needs 3 days I think for everything he makes. And it's also expensive.
Scrivener at the Black Cat here can duplicate objects in your possession.
Precious things gone lost or missing have a way of turning up there.
Yeah, the precious things go missing line mainly means that if you lose like story progress item, key items somehow,
What's more, the proprietor can furnish
you can
forgeries of certain items.
you can buy them back at Mont Blanc's. Which I've never had to use, but I'm sure it's useful. It's better than being locked out of a quest.
Seems that many people live here as well.
This looks interesting.
Those without a trade or the means to earn a wage live here.
This is where you break out of prison. Go out of the city, okay. I thought the thief would be in the city. So that's a spot where you can loot rubble, which you can throw at enemies. I don't know if you can do much more with it. Let me think. We wanted to do the pawn skill. The pawn skill is story progression, I think. So it could remove the quests. So I guess we should do the quests first. Being the grimoire, and that's it, I think, in terms of
What's this doing here?
unique quests. Map. Why there? We're there. We need to go there later, but this is like Water God, isn't it? No, it's. Oh no, this is well, one of the bandit camps is. Okay, we have the Eternal Fairy Stone now, so we can teleport to Grand Soren, Casardus, and Bitter Black. So if we ever need to do our vocations, we can just go to Bitter Black.
There, tower in the distance. What says the map?
Yeah, the Eternal Fairy Stone is a DLC item, but if you buy Dark Arisen, you gain all the DLCs, so you get the Eternal Fairy Stone, which basically just means you don't have to always make sure to pick up enough Fairy Stones. Just nice to have.
This is a place quite restful to my kind.
I don't know why I entered the village though. I don't need anything in here. Ugh. Oh, I think we can pick up a new Kina side quest now too. Sorry, I have my window open, so you might hear some
Share these roads with
cars and
peddlers,
stuff.
guardsmen, and other folk. Roads are safer than the brush, but still we'd best stay wary.
If for some reason there's too many cars, or if anybody's bothered by it, you can just tell me and then I can close the window. But I'd rather have a slight breeze.
Among the crags that litter this place.
The Duke could stand to commission some new roads. There may be materials here. Perhaps we'll find aught of use.
Trying to think of any places where I would know if I can get better daggers or not, but I just don't have normal weapon drops in my head, because what's the point if you can get better stuff?
This encampment serves as a fine bulwark
I know that
against
in
monsters.
Grand Soren, if you progress the story, you can buy better and better gear, but
Let's be doubly sure of which we'll see us to our destination.
that kind of, you know, relies on story progression, so...
Never forget. Constant vigilance.
Gold or blood?
What's it to be?
'Tis a steep
Help
grave.
me!
Doubly so with aught in hand. I see it over there.
No! Ah! Help me!
We'll support you.
Stop! Help me!
Ow.
No! Ah!
After they strike.
That attack he does where he jumps into the air and then does the spinny is the strongest attack in the game.
Help me! No! Ah!
On like a max physical damage Strider, with the upgraded version of it, it does insane damage.
Help me!
I owe you a debt, sir. My thanks, truly. They were of the southern bandits from the look of them. Worse than monsters, their kind. Thanks to you, I'm alive and whole. But those rats made off with all I had. Even took that magic book. Have an interest in such tomes, do you? This was Salamet's grimoire. Seems it chanced to survive the blaze when the old council's library burned down. It is a rare and powerful tome, as I hear it told, so I bought it from a merchant of my acquaintance. If it truly holds such power, the likes of salvation would... it matters not. In any case, 'tis lost now to those damnable thieves. Next our paths cross, I'll take them for all they're worth.
Seems Maul holds our grimoire.
We know where
The
the
Iron
grimoire's
Hammer
gone.
dwells within a
'Tis
hole
start.
near the southern shore.
The Iron Hammer dwells within a hold near the southern shore.
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
We gotta go to the bandit fort that is close to where we went into the Witchwood.
We can likely pass through here.
Wolves hunt in packs.
Arisen, I am at your side.
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
I've had quite enough of battle.
Don't allow them to surround you!
Reach does good damage.
You'll not hit them swinging their behavior!
Then take careful aim. Who knows the stars and wait? Let's proceed with caution.
Fire! Let thy kiss!
Did it!
White Rose, that is. I haven't paid too much attention to the other pawns yet. Because they don't matter to me, they're random pawns.
We're apt to meet bandits and thieves as oft as peddlers, Master. Be watchful. Best prepare to cut down a few thieves. Keep watch for falling rocks as we walk the slopes, Master.
I would assume the rocks here respawn after 7 days, but I'm not sure actually if they at all respawn or if they are like a once per playthrough occurrence.
You've my support! None may touch the Arisen! Now! Watch their behavior, then take careful aim.
Don't allow them to surround you.
I grant you fire's praise!
Human foes may find as closely as any monster a threat. You'll ne'er hit them swinging blindly!
You can barely see the fort from where we are. Actually, I think you guys can't see it at all because the stuff is always super dark on streams. I think you guys can't really see anything outside of my light range.
Hold on. Let's wait and see what they do.
Don't allow them to surround you!
Fire is bane to wolves!
One step
It's
ahead.
somewhere there, come on! How many times can I miss the damn wolf? There we go.
Wolves fall quickly to flames!
Yeah, but just even more wolves. Come on.
It hates fire!
'Tis weak to fire!
I will protect you, Arisen. You'll ne'er hit them swinging blindly.
And so rich in resources.
Wolves fall quickly to flames!
Keep well clear of those fangs. Now we'll gain the upper hand.
It hates fire!
Never mind the beast. I'll take the loot. Take that.
Fire works well!
They're a slippery target.
Fire! Lend thy kiss!
There's the light over there, you guys can see. That's where the fort is. I think I heard even more wolves. Cool.
Well clear of those fangs.
Tis weak to fire!
Look, there's a stronghold of some sort.
I grant you fire's blaze! Let's go! Feed!
We walk in bandit lands. They suffer only allies to pass unchallenged.
Fall quickly to flames!
There, Master! Wolves!
Wolves are actually quite annoying if you need to hit them like 4 times. Because they move around so much.
Wolves hunted pack!
I shall restore your health.
Don't even one-shot them with full band?
Let's wait and see what they do.
Man. If I didn't know how strong this build will become in the end, I'd be a bit mad.
Fire's blaze!
What was this bright light we just saw?
Doubtful it was a friendly.
Wolves fall quickly to flames! I'll kill your wounds.
There, Master! Wolves! Tis weak to fire! Strongholds
Keep well clear of those fangs.
only sturdy. The road splits here. Let's be doubly
I'll
sure
heal
of
your
which will
wounds.
see us to our destination.
Yeah. This is where we need to go for a quest.
A stronghold? Here? What
I think the bandits are not hostile.
I sense something nearby. Bird, perhaps, or bigger. This fort was built by a duke of old. I reckon it's worth investigating. Let's speak with he who leads this band.
Aye, the Grimoire is here with me. Sadly, I've no mind to give it up, nor do I have want of your coin. Now, if there were aught I wanted, gold had failed. I would next try steel. Well, have you the metal, sir?
Don't be.
Aye, the Grimoire. Now, if
I think we can just steal it.
Thieves or no,
I think it's in a chest in here.
from unnecessary
Master.
combat.
I'd rather do that than just for everybody. But if I can't find it, I'll stab him. Cool.
Tower
The
will offer a
goodies.
commanding view. Perhaps we can scale it. There's a way up here. Mind your steps, Master. This fort holds many twists and turns. Take care you don't fall, Master.
Don't tell me what to do. I'll fall if I want to. There we
I've
go.
learned what to do in this
Let's
quest.
return to Stefan.
Are are we going to do some more reconnaissance? I think we can.
Bandits, master. Pray be careful.
The map isn't open yet. There is a path about here-ish that would lead back over here-ish. But I don't think we can enter it from this side. Oh, we can enter it from this side, but I don't think we can complete it from this side, at least not yet. The Wakestone shard. Yeah. They have this very unique color. This orangey, pinkishy color. You can spot them fairly easily.
It is an impressive structure.
We're gonna continue down the water a bit now. There's saurians at the water, probably. They usually are.
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
An imposing sight from so close.
Well, actually no. I know there's saurians at the river that is nearby.
Any that would target the arisen are mine. We'll rout them in a single charge. That horn will draw more of its kind. This should change the stakes.
Oh no, not more goblins. The problem is that daggers don't have a defensive option until you get the roll, and then they have the best defensive option in the game, but for now the best thing you can do is just bide your time and attack when you have an opening, but that's slow. And not necessarily in normal mode, because nothing does damage. So, stuff does damage, but the goblins don't.
Leave it to me.
I'll take that.
There's more goblins. We just continue along the waterline for now.
Goblin! We'll rout them in a single charge. What's this?
Can I do 3 kicks? I can.
What's that?
We'll rout them in a single charge. This looks interesting.
3 kicks and then the heavy attack. Pretty nice. That's like actually a proper input combo. Weird.
Anytime.
I keep the lantern on for you guys. I don't need it anymore, but I think it helps you guys out a bit.
Ever calm in battle. Bide your time, then strike.
Yes, I want to be careful around here because
Take care when walking at the water's edge.
in my head I somehow seem to think that there's a cockatrice around here, but that might be post game. Because cockatrices are really nasty. If anything, it's probably a griffin.
Do you suppose the
What an
sea continues
incredible
into
view.
eternity?
Pick up the cape flower. Why not?
Cast a monster down below and it won't soon return.
Now that there's a golem, which we might be able to take out, depends on how much damage we do with the bow. Because we're gonna be like the only person that does anything. Warrior, unfortunately, is really, really bad at climbing enemies.
'Twas monsters left these scars.
I think the golem is over there. Here a goblin.
than a common goblin. What's this? Careful, a goblin!
No interruptions.
Even in numbers, a weakling is a
Their
weakling
kind
still.
hates ice and fire both. Now, my fire is yours.
We'll rout them in a single charge!
Our threat was well limited. I will protect your reason. Strength in numbers arisen.
Curious wine, I think, is something you can use to make liquid vim. I seem to recall farming goblins for that a while. Maybe I'm misremembering. Wouldn't be surprised. Crafting's not a thing that I did an awful lot in Dragon's Dogma, despite the fact that you can craft some really good things. I think now I can turn off the lantern. You guys should be able to see fine.
Mind the edge, Master. Even you
More
wouldn't
goblins
survive
here.
such a fall.
A hobgoblin arisen. Beware!
So I think every attack in the game does double damage on an unaware enemy. Which also includes sleeping enemies. Which is one of the reasons why sleep is a good status effect.
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
This hobgoblin has a lot of health. One XP is good.
Their kind is weak to fire.
No, they hold the advantage. I shall restore my health. Hold on.
So you can grab enemies when you stagger them, but normally you can't just grab on enemies that are your size or bigger. And like the really big stuff you can't grapple, but you can grab onto. But like a lot of really intricate systems in this game. Like for example, if you hit most enemies in the leg a lot, they will tumble over. Enemies that take damage in the leg, at least. Something like a golem, I don't think that works against. But it works for cyclopses, it works for dragons, it works for griffins, it works for chimeras. I think it works for the wargs as well. You can do so much shit in this game. Yeah, the golem's up there. I'm gonna save. We're gonna see if we can handle it, and if not, then I'll have the safety save if we die. Yeah. There it is. That's the golem. You can tell because it's slightly darker than the other rocks.
Were they placed here by men? For some ritual, perhaps?
And if we get too close, it will trigger. Or so the gimmick for the goblins is they have these medals on them. And you have to specifically hit those to break them. And they have super high defense, so it's very common to only do like 1 damage to them. I only bought the small mushrooms, right? Yeah. I don't want to fall off though. Getting to the one on the top of the head is a bit annoying. You could like I could tell that it's about to grab to its head because it did the animation where it like looks around, a bit confused. So I interrupted my Scarlet Kisses and instead decided to dodge. That was a bit poopy bad, but the one in the head shouldn't have that much health left. He has like 8. They also have one inside of the palm, which is generally the hardest one to get. And sorcerers have the big issue against the golems that they are A, super resistant against magic, and B, hitting the actual discs with magic is incredibly finicky. I'm gonna fall. Be out of stamina too, in a not good position. Well, that was lucky. Lucky that he didn't hit. Yeah, this is not a fight I would recommend to anybody doing before they have some gear and damage. You don't even get that much good stuff. Like you get the materials for the golem, the magical discs or something they're called. But where am I? There I am. I wouldn't hate a holy buff. Not because holy is particularly efficient, but because holy makes it so you heal HP every time you hit something. It's just a very small amount. I think it's actually depending on how much damage you do. Yeah, if you destroy the white glowing discs, you temporarily stun them. I think I just heard another disc break. I thought it was mine, but it wasn't. If this stun animation finishes, he will like wake up and do an AoE explosion, so stay away from that. Yeah, the roar he just did, and then he enrages, which makes him faster. That's why I'm not super fond of destroying the white disc early, but fine. And you can tell by where the discs are still left by the part that is like all veiny. So we still have the one at the bottom of the foot. That one's difficult too because obviously he stands on it. want to keep as much of my stamina as I can for when he goes into the next stun, so we can reach the necklace. Take care of that. Or the foot disc. Don't stop casting Fulmination when I climb on it, come on. Why you gotta play me like that? Should break soonish. I might want to heal up, I'm like at very low health. It's a bit uncomfortable. Would be a good spot for a stun because we can reach the foot. Go. Oh, it doesn't count because it's not actually like on the floor. Yeah, we can't hit this, so it's a bit of a waste for the team to like punch at it. Yeah, I forgot about the explosion because of a dummy. Is Wild Rose out of healing items? No, she's fine. Pawns heal themselves, so you don't have to worry about it too much. As long as they have healing items. And otherwise, even if they die, you can just pick them up for like 50% of their health. Fine. I have not been paying attention to if my pawns picked up all the magic medals that we punched out of the dude. I picked up one. Let me actually check real quick if they have them. I think they have like this small blue disc icon. Oh yeah, there are. I don't. Pretty sure I picked one up just now. Did I not? Quickly look at all the stuff so it's not new anymore. I could have sworn I picked one up. Ow. What I get for looking into my inventory? Nice. This is exactly the problem without dodge roll. With dodge roll I would have been so fine there, but without dodge roll I just completely clowned on. I've forgotten about the one on the foot for too long, so now we have to deal with the fact that the fight is poopy bad. He still has plenty of health left too. It's gonna take a while. Oh, nice. One more hit and it's dead. Oh, maybe two? I'm just mashing my attack button towards its leg, like... Yeah. Like I said, sorcerers and mages don't really do much against this fight, which is fair enough. They're very strong. Sorcerers especially are very strong, but... it's balanced out by the fact that they do have some significant weaknesses. If you're a player character as a sorcerer, nice. You could bring Exequi, which is an instant kill spell, but it takes like 2 full minutes to channel on a golem. So you're gonna be sitting there for a hot second. Yeah, I think we don't get many of the medals because I only picked up one and nobody else picked up any. That would be the benefit of having a pawn that just loots everything mid-combat, because now most of them probably have despawned, or I will never ever find them again. I think they despawn after a while at least. But yeah, every time you break one, it drops. So, should have been on top of that, but it's okay. We use some healing items, we should be fine. This should be the most dangerous thing that is in the area. And it's completely avoidable too. Like you guys saw, I basically had to climb it before it activated, so it's not like you're gonna accidentally run into them. And I think all of the golems in the game are always deactivated before they start the fight, so you won't accidentally run into one.
Too long, and the sun may set on our errand. Be wary.
Perhaps we'll find ore among the crags that litter this place.
Perhaps we will.
Let's have a look.
This looks interesting.
Giant coin pouches are a really nice pickup for us. Given that we're not abusing the DLC, it's not that easy to get money. Especially because we're not on hard mode. I don't think there's anything interesting down there. And I know for a fact that over there, like this is the edge of the map. Fairly certain. Yeah, that's the edge of the map. It's not actually that big, the map. There's plenty of stuff to discover. And in post-game, there's a dragon over there. I kinda hope it isn't here yet. But don't think we can take on a dragon. I think we have the damage for that. Or the healing items.
The view extends for leagues along the shore.
What an incredible view. A boat?
Money! A fish! A board.
We'll find as much growing atop a tree as we will at its roots.
I'm gonna pass some materials over, so I'm very light again because it affects stamina regen and movement speed and all that sort of stuff.
Quite the eccentric.
I'm gonna discard this. I wonder why one of the wakes on shards weighs less. What, am I not wearing any head equipment yet? I'm not. I should, even if it looks stupid. Let's put it on. I think you can't turn off seeing equipment in this game. It's a bit of a shame, but...
Here. Is anyone inside? Let's have a look.
What's that?
I think post game in the little thing up there where there's the fire drake. There's a cyclops and some goblins. I recall there being a cyclops and some goblins, but I might be wrong. Wouldn't mind killing a cyclops and some goblins. Oh, there's 2 cyclopses and a couple of goblins. And apparently they don't like each other.
Careful, a goblin!
Tis faster than a common goblin.
Ooh, nice. Oh, right. Okay, we gotta not get hit by that. Ooh, is that a gore cyclops? Sorcerer got smacked, but I can't really run back and take care of him because poisoned. Yeah. If you eat rotten food, you can get poisoned. Fine. But is Sarah the sorcerer? I don't remember who's who. But we have to take care of the ballista goblins, otherwise we get completely fucked. And I really need to take better care of my stamina. We also have quite some time. Like, it takes a hot minute for pawns to bleed out. Guys, if you could help me with the fucking hobgoblin, that would be the tits. Didn't get the grab or the stagger. Yeah, so he was the healer. That's okay.
That looks promising.
Good. I'm gonna try saving him. And it's not just because I need healing. But yeah, you see he's like halfway down to bleeding out. He's fine.
Its helmet is off.
I'll strike its arm with lightning.
Common attacks cannot pierce its armor. A tusk is broken loose. Disarm for now.
So, what do you propose?
I fight you instead.
It is as slow as it is loud.
Cannot move with one upon its neck. Stun it with lightning. Oh, no, attacks.
I think they are weak to lightning, but I don't think anybody knows how to buff lightning in here. And the other one noticed us. That's not very good, but should be manageable. There's a hobgoblin too. That's very bad. There we go. Taken care of. I want to try and pick up the tusks before they despawn, which they already did. Man, I don't remember stuff despawning that fast. That's okay. I live without it. That one's dead.
An angered Cyclops is more apt to fall. Must be cautious.
Please don't overdo it.
I'll have it its tusks. Snatch up any tusks you break through. Simple-minded. Sleep serves well. Focus on the hand wielding the cudgel.
Cyclops is susceptible to magic.
We must be cautious.
What's this?
Stand clear. It is more. Now, strike the legs. We must be cautious. Transmit them with lightning. Tusks are unstable. It's not the cudgel.
I've learned a new way to fight their ills.
Nice. It's nice to actually have to fight things instead of just absolutely murdering things. I'm also glad we're only playing on normal mode, because otherwise I would just get one shot and the fights would take longer. And I think this is a pretty good length for a like mini boss kind of fight.
This land seen many.
I think it automatically saved after the quest completion, but I'm gonna save. And usually, like this place over here-ish, place where I like to place a port crystal, but we don't have one because I didn't do the conquest first.
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
Perhaps we could avoid further battles.
Ranged attacks serve well in wide open spaces.
Ranged attacks serve well in the entire game because ranged attacks are pretty good. They're busted, in fact. Busted. Everything's busted in Dragon's Dogma, if you know what you're doing. So there's certainly things that are stronger than others, but everything can get you through the game just fine. Oh yeah, this is a healing spring. Sneak attack! Shouldn't you be in bed?
You have triumphed.
Perhaps we could avoid further
Hobgoblin.
battles.
Tis a formidable foe.
I'll get the weaklings out of the way.
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
My favorite part about um 5 abends oder um 5 früh? Okay. But that's in like 6 hours, you know? Oh, evening, yeah.
They grow frenzied.
Oh, so you like are just gonna be at work during New Year's Eve. I see.
I grant you fire's blaze.
This will restore a bit of health. I'll take that.
Fire.
So like you're gonna work into the next year or something like that. Is what I assume.
I shall be
It's a healing spring, by the way. There's 2 of those in the game. You can grab water from here if you have empty flasks. That's a pretty good healing item. It's heavier than the other options, than some of the other options, but it heals quite a bit. It heals like, I think 600, 800, something like that. Done 10, but, that's something at least.
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
Goblins hate fire.
Wolverines hate fire.
Take my fire.
Is that a goblin? Bro, why are you burning in a spring? Just lie down, silly.
In numbers arisen.
What's this?
What? What did you pick up? Didn't pay attention.
Goblin!
I think I'll ignore the goblin though. I think we're going back home. There isn't that much to do back here for us yet. At this current moment, I think we can we can already do the quest where we actually open up the shortcut though. But I want some.
Return to Stefan. It is a port crystal. One can reach it from
This looks
anywhere with the
interesting.
use of a magic item.
Yeah.
What's this?
I want the import crystals first though, before I actually like explore more. I think.
Greetings, traveler. Whence are you come?
Yeah. For now, let's deliver Solomon's grimoire. Which would what could possibly go wrong to give some random ass stranger a magic spell tome?
Solomet was a scholar until the day he went mad. I would make. Yes, this is it. At long last, Salomet's grimoire is mine. It wears a humble look, but there's an aura of such power about it. It is a wonder. My thanks, sir. Truly, I must do aught to repay his kindness in the future, should we meet again.
If you would know more,
Hey, level 20.
Also, some weapons can be further enhanced with their aid. Let's make for the Pawn Guild. 'Tis on the west side of...
The masterworks all.
Let's see if we can get some enhancements. We cannot. Ogre Tooth. Get that. Freakish Mane, I think, is Chimera. Let's toss some gold into this. If an item is upgraded at least once, you can Dragon Forge it. Which is only semi-relevant if we're not going out to kill a dragon. And only items equipped by the Arisen can be Dragon Forged. We have plenty of wolf pelts, so I might as well upgrade those. You can just skip through upgrades, so you don't need to go upgrade 1, upgrade 2, upgrade 3. If I just had the shrouds, I could just upgrade to 3 right away. But I don't. Or I don't. Upgrading it basically just increases the stats. Like you see, it gives for this one torpor and fire resistance, so upgrading it is generally speaking always worth it, and there's not really a reason not to. Rugged bone we just got from ogres. Don't wanna give up my only harpy thingy, because I don't know how hard they are to get.
master works all
We can't enhance the gear of the pawns we got, but we could give them gear that would, however, permanently give it to the pawn. And when we send it home, it would have the gear on itself,
I've been at my wandering
and
a year
it would
now.
be basically like
All
gifted
around
to the
practice.
arisen that the pawn belongs to.
Seems something. Now,
Let's just buy them. I'm gonna do some storage anyways in a second. Interesting. And they simply do not deserve it. Yeah, I mean, you don't really want to give a random person all your best gear. But it's a nice way to trade some stuff with friends, because you can basically give them anything, or you can even like when you send a pawn home on a Riftstone, you can gift them any item. So you can gift them stuff that you usually can only get once per playthrough that isn't dupable. Like there's a ring that makes it so your cast speed increases by a tiny amount, and that ring is usually once per playthrough obtainable, and if you go into the next playthrough you lose it, so you can usually only have one. But if you gift it to someone's pawn, they can have two for that playthrough. I think you lose it, I'm not sure, but I think you lose it, because I think it's a story item, so you would lose it
now,
on
pray.
entering a new playthrough. Did I check for weapons to see if he just has better weapons? Maybe. So wouldn't mind some actually better weapons. Yeah, he has. Probably buy them so they have some money. That's our bow then, probably. Judging by the damage. You don't get anything new, I think. Yep. Because she's an advanced vocation. And you only get advanced vocation gear for the first time here, so... The important question is though, can I buy a less ugly helmet? I can in fact not. That's okay. Let's buy the stilettos. Put them on. Upgrade them at least once. And then we take care of our equipment. Or our storage.
We can pray. Have your pick. What will it be?
Oh, and we should probably buy more healing items after I went through all of them against the golem. Oh, yeah. Wild Rose actually picked up some spring water from the healing spring because she had an empty bottle with her. So that's nice. But you can put a port crystal, which is like crystals that you can manually place wherever you want, and then teleport to them later on with a fairy stone. You can place one in a spring, and then like buy an assload of bottles, and then fill them all up, and then give them to a pawn, and then fill them all up and give them to another pawn. So you can like basically get an infinite amount of healing water, which is also a way to make money, but it's slow because every time you pick up the water you have to go through the pickup animation. But it is a cheap way to get infinite healing items, which can be useful, especially if you're still learning the game. Because healing items cost money. And if you're not doing DLC shenanigans, you're not gonna have an awful lot of that.
What will it be? Have you come again?
Like I did at the beginning of the first stream, did some DLC shenanigans, so I do in theory have the ability to just sell stuff for like many millions of monies. But I don't want to do that. Not yet, for this playthrough at least. I picked them up because it's something I would do later on, maybe anyway, so I thought, hey, might as well. You know what? I think we have enough money that we don't need to carry around normal greenwash anymore. We can just carry the big stuff. bit expensive, but we'll work it out.
Take all the time, do come.
Oh, and I do want to buy some more mushrooms.
Take all the
Those mushrooms are very good. Like 10 of them. Just for me though, because I'm that kind of person.
take all the time you love, do come.
Eat all of that. Here that I have equipped. You can really tell by the. Do you see my mouse cursor? Do. By these little bars are like the weight increments, and we are very very close. I don't know if you can tell it with the stream quality, but there's one right above my mouse cursor, like where the dot is. That will put us into light. The difference between very light and light isn't huge, so being in light is fine. The difference between light and medium is huge in terms of stamina regen and movement speed. Ow. What is it? Something's poking me under the eye. Anyways. Poking me. Yeah. So, Wild Rose has sinew, so her very light carrying weight capacity got increased by 25 or 30, something like that. So not only can she carry more in general, it's also all in the very light category. So she can like carry like 2 times as much as we can, which is really nice to have. Like sinew is personally one of my favorite augments, even if it doesn't do anything combat wise, just because you can just carry more shit with you before you begin to be overburdened. And we're gonna get sinew probably about around when I'm like level 30-ish. We could farm for it now, because I don't think we need much more. But I'd have to get rid of all the pawns, and I don't want to do that right now. Now quests-wise, we have the exterminations, which we could do snakes and bats right now, but there's like no point to it. I don't think these go bad. Then with the undead warriors, we could do that right now, but actually no, we are gonna do that right now, I think. Or kind of. Let's sleep until morning though. I don't want to run around at night. That's not good for the stream. We also have to take Raynar. I think that's important because I think if we don't do this quest, he dies. But it's not timed before we pick it up, and the only way it's going to progress is if we progress the story, which we aren't going to do for a bit. I gotta think where the port crystals are. I know that one is in the Pawn Guild quest, but I don't want to do that because I don't know if it progresses time, or if we have time after that when we have to do the Worm Hunt quest. I know the Worm Hunt quests are a time skip, but I don't know if the Pawn Guild quest is a time skip, if that makes sense.
But it deals in vocations and skills besides.
But we are going over there-ish to the quarry now. Because I think we can pick up the quarry quest, and if not, we have to go to the Abbey to pick it up. At least I think we can pick it up yet. At the Abbey, if we can pick it up here. We kind of want to go to the Abbey anyways, because that's where Kina is now. And if we progress Kina's quest, we can get a unique item that you can obtain once per playthrough. That is really, really, really good. Like it's a flower that like gives a regen effect that is really powerful. And I think it regens stamina to full too, something like that. It's really good. I think it's not dupable, so you can only get like one of them per playthrough. And I think you actually need one for an upgrade at some point. what I should have done before we headed out was check vocations, because I know White Rose got a level and I got a level for our vocation, so we might be able to pick up some new abilities, but it's too late now. And it should be fine. Biggest thing we'd be missing out on is an upgrade to threefold arrow, maybe. We could get that yet, and maybe an upgrade to like our dodge roll that we still don't have.
All this open space spurs the desire to run, aimless and free.
Careful! A goblin! Goblin! Oh, goblin arisen! Be wary!
Goblins hate fire.
Goblins ill like fire.
They grow frenzied! Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
I was kind of hoping it wouldn't run us out of stamina.
Rout them
Ow.
in a single charge.
They grow frenzied.
And that's Bowlight, which is a really good spell. You know, just casually summoning meteors.
Fire! Lend thy kiss.
But it's slow, so it didn't really do much. It's also only normal Bowlight and not high Bowlight. Which means it's faster to cast, because it means she doesn't channel 2 levels of the spell and only 1 of them. But it also means it's only gonna throw down like 3 meteors instead of 12, I think is what high Bowlight does. Goblin! Oh, I think that's the quest giver. Yup. He's the man we're looking for.
This passage links.
Oh, hello. As you can tell from the look of me, I'm at my wit's end. I've need to travel south through this mine, but the accursed gate won't budge. Despite the dangers, I came this way hoping to shorten my journey. Some shortcut, eh? 'Tis a fine waste of time if the gate cannot be lowered. Do you mean that? You'll see it opened? Aye, 'twould be a most welcome boon. But are you so certain you can make it so? You do seem a strong enough sort, I'll warrant.
Yeah, so there should be, if I am not mistaken, ogres in this cave. Ogres in this game are interesting because ogres in this game are horny. They,
Leave it to me.
I think the normal ogres specifically go after female party members, and the elder ogres specifically go after male party members.
The path splits. This looks interesting.
So ogres are not only like onions, but they're also horny. Or sexist. Either of which could be true.
What's this?
Dead end.
This looks interesting.
Well, that's not ogres.
I'll get the weaklings out of the way.
I will protect you, Elizabeth. Wait for an opening.
I don't know what you're channeling, but I'm not gonna let you channel it. Ooh, ow. That hurted.
I shall restore your health. Hold on. I've learned a new way to fight.
They attack in quick succession.
No. Keep running out of stamina because I'm not paying enough attention.
Don't worry, I am here. Refresh me. What's this? The path splits.
I'll heal your wounds.
Luckily, you have an actual map that is actually good, so there's not too much to worry about getting lost. like other games.
Keep moving.
Sorcerer! Counter after they strike. They attack in quick succession.
Okay, he's not any. I wasn't sure because at some point there's merchants in here. But I was like, is he a merchant or is he just a confused bandit?
What's that?
And like you can hurt NPCs.
Let's have a look.
But you're... Ooh. No, I think that's a mace. Got excited, but I think that's a mace and not a two-handed weapon. I have to look at equipment to look at it? Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's a Mystic Knight weapon. For some reason, only Mystic Knights can use maces, despite the fact that maces, like, don't have anything special Mystic Knighty on them. You'd think, like, if they're Mystic Knight only, they might boost magic, but they don't. So I don't understand why fighters can't also use the Mystic Knights. Like, the sword that fighter uses can also be used by assassins and Mystic Knights. And the shield that fighter uses can also be used by assassin, but the mace that Mystic Knights use can only be used by Mystic Knight, and the magic shields also can only be used by Magic Knights because it's like their specialty equipment. So I don't understand why the maces are Mystic Knight only, but the swords aren't like fighter/assassin only. I personally think fighters should be allowed to use maces. But, you know, it's not gonna be the end of the world. Unless you really want to play shield and mace, in which case you're kind of forced to play Mystic Knight, and that's just not the same aesthetic. Because Mystic Knights use like big shields that they carry on their backs for the most part. Just to like parry with them. Oh, snakes. I think I need snakes for a quest. I'm gonna pick up all the hard spot stuff because I think it's decent for upgrade, like for making items. Oh, we got ogre strategy. The strategy items you can use on your pawn to gain knowledge about whatever it is. They're good. I don't think you need them. I think you can learn everything in the game without them. But learning stuff about enemies is good. Because then they know, like, for example, what their elemental weaknesses is, or something that, like, something the pawns learn is striking Cyclopses in the leg will make them tumble, or striking them in the eye does most damage. Striking their weapon hand makes them drop their weapon. That sort of stuff is like pawn knowledge.
Mayhap it needs a key.
What's this? Undead warriors!
No interruptions.
I will protect you.
Fire's good against undead, Holy is good against undead, obviously.
Get off! Get off!
Normal physical attacks kind of poop against undead, but
Be still. I'll have them all.
as soon as you're buffed with anything, you're gonna be fine. I'm gonna mine the ores. But they take, yeah. Bolite is gonna do absolutely nothing in this space because it can hit outside walls. So it'll do literally fuck all. Well, never mind. Guess he was close enough to the outside wall. Way to prove me wrong. Just casting Ingle would have still faster.
Had quite enough of battle.
I'll take that.
I'll heal your wounds.
No, I wanna mine the ore. Yeah, warriors can just strike ore veins with their weapon, so they don't need to carry pickaxes, but pawns don't do that. You're having the time of your life right now? Why? Tarkov is hosting a Twitch drop event that is killing the servers. That is funny. Is it just because too many people are playing, or... Your esports team had a major event planned today, wow. Something coordination. Yeah. Stench that he's complaining about is an ogre. They are stinky. I think there is one in here. Yep, there it is.
We'll like to find some mechanism to open it nearby. I did not think a
Yeah,
beast of
this is funny.
such
You need enough weight to pressure this down. One person is not enough. You could kite the ogre onto it. But since we're 4 people, we are also heavy enough, so that works. Hosts are stalling for time because the pros can't connect. So funny. Ogres hurt really bad. They do a ton of damage. I think they are one of the few enemies that are weak against dark, or maybe it's thunder? I don't know, but they do a lot. What did she just toss at the ogre? You know what? I'm gonna toss something. I'm gonna toss a ceramic jug. There we go. And some rocks. Let's go. Let's bully the ogre. You were banned from chat for posting Resident Sleeper. Tarkov is such a good game. This is Torpor. That was caused by my blunting arrow. Torpor just super duper slows enemies. Oh no! Please here, thank you. The most common way people cause Torpor is generally with rusted gear, because it's just more efficient.
Stop! No! They hardly falter in their assault. Let go, fiend!
Breaking out of some grapples is really, really hard, and even the pawns struggle with it despite their, you know, bot inputs. This is not what we want to fight. The ogre, please, please. Oh my god! Wait, he's stealing! He's stealing the sorcerer or the mage. Ouch.
This has been a cyclops.
This flush is red with anger. Take care when scaling its back.
The Kieran's getting his back. We saw that earlier. He just does the move where he jumps up and falls on his back, which hurts.
Its boots is deadly. 'Tis a troubling foe.
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
Fearsome more. More vicious than a cyclone. 'Tis exposed after it attacks. It's become swifter. Please don't overdo it. Careful, they're fast for all that muscle. Any that would touch.
Yeah, they have the drop kick attack that hurts like hell.
Strength is deadly.
You know? But they're also fairly telegraphed, so if you have any defensive ability, it's usually fairly easy to not die. There it goes.
Did you say so? I've had quite enough of battle.
Let's have a look.
Am I alone in wishing to be out of this place? Did you say something, Arisen?
Advance slowly where visibility is poor. It will give us time to react.
Yeah, we killed our first ogre. I think there's another one in the cave, but I don't think we have to kill that. And given how long this fight took, we might just not do that yet. I think it guards some ore veins. Whatever. Nothing important. The important thing is that we opened the door. I think there's another one. I'm not sure, but we're gonna progress through until we come out of the other side and then turn around. But yeah, as I was saying before the ogre attack, you have to weigh this down. One person is not heavy enough, unless maybe with a full inventory, one person might be. You can usually, if you have to weigh down stuff, which is a rare mechanic, but sometimes you can just grab barrels and stuff and carry those and just sit on there with them. But if you have a pawn with you, it's usually not an issue. There's another ogre.
Ogre! Of all the poor luck!
I don't particularly want to fight it, so
I'm on my way.
I'll go at once.
we're just gonna walk past it. Should not be able to see us because it was looking at the wall, but you never know.
What's this?
I think there's actually 3 ogres in this cave.
Goblin!
I grant you fire's blaze!
Frenzy! This looks interesting.
Take my fire!
I fear it won't open from this side.
Such bounty. It's a prodigious load sleeps here.
They're a threat when well unified.
What's that? Dead end.
Anytime.
What's this?
Conquest period is nice. That saves us like 12k or something. I think they are about that expensive. I'm not sure. They cost money.
Opening this door, 'twill make travel from the south easier.
There, master! Ogres!
Ignore the ogres. Don't.
Yes,
Don't.
right away.
Yeah, and this is the south entrance,
Seems it leads outside.
which we don't need to go through. There's nothing for us to get there. I could try and kill the fire drake, but I don't think I want to do that.
We must move cautiously.
Their raw power makes them a threat. Very
Are you attacking the ogre? You fucking dumbass. Yeah, I think this is like a round way where there's another ogre. same. Yeah, you guys either follow or you get eaten by the ogre. I'm fine with either. The shadow looks weird. Don't think that's how it would look if the lantern was attached to me, but kind of funny.
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
Where did I pick that up? Or rather, why do I still have it? Oh, we're gonna give some materials over so we're no longer in rich weight. But I mean, apparently all our materials and white are still in very light. Yeah, we really gotta take care of sinew.
Anytime.
If I happen to get a level up when I'm close to the city, I'll take care of it. Actually, I just gotta level up for the ogre, right? We should be almost empty. Ooh. We could take care of sinew now. And the probably, depending on how much XP this quest gives me, I guess. Gives me like 6k, I won't, but I don't think it will give me 6k.
This passage links.
Bested a gate, have you? Happy news, that. I'll just be on my way then. Hey, still rife with monsters, is it?
Oh, I need to kill the ogres.
Say, you've half cleared the path already, sir. Fancy finishing the job for a fella? I've every confidence you'll prevail, I do. Off.
I've learned what to do.
Okay,
in
no,
this
that's fine. It's actually good because it's like an easy missable quest step that the pawns wouldn't learn about if you did do it. But it's a bit annoying because I thought we would complete the quest by now, but it's we're gonna go to Grand Soren. We're gonna switch to fighter. Buy some equipment.
Tis a port crystal, master.
What meaning do you suppose
Well,
those
we
stones
might buy a new sword. I think the sword we had was basic sword still. But yeah, gonna do that. Get sinew. And then we'll return here. Get assassin back.
Have your pick. Or will it be?
Before we do that, let's learn some skills. Hastens the reloading process for Ballistae. No. Did you get anything? Got these two because they're core skills. Exodus slash. No, one's from escape slash. Good. Escape slash is good. Act of Atonement is a decent skill. Like it is one of the highest damage attacks in the game, but it's annoying to use because you basically just stand there and take damage, but you can still get knocked down. It just increases your like knockdown resistance by a lot, and then you counter hit for a lot of damage. But it's a bit eh. Like getting hit in this game is not something you generally want to do because everything on the higher difficulties does a million trillion damage. Minimum a million trillion. Let's check core skills because I want board roll and double vault. We could pick up deflect because we need that for fighter in a second. And with a takedown, controlled fall, and die around sword, I guess. Back to Old Y. Let's pick that up. Tyron, so that's the pause one. That one's not great. Preemption would be an okay pickup. But
What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like.
not right now. I'd rather save the points so I can pick up Sinew, because I think Sinew was also like 3k, but I'm not sure. Can't equip that. Of course I can. Can't equip my other stuff though. That would actually be pretty good. We equip that on on our assassin while leveling. So it's not something we should have without the DLC, so I'm sure if I want to use it.
Have your pick. Any you like. Come again.
The Pawn Guild stands ahead.
So it's important.
It's a gathering place for my kind.
And by important, that's like in huge quotation marks. It wouldn't be the end if we don't, but it's important to me personally. I would feel personally attacked if we don't. Manage our speed pro. Why am I? Oh no, I'm fighter. I was like, why am I picking up gear? I'm assassin. I can use swords, but no, it's the other way around. I can't use daggers as a fighter. Broadsword's pretty good. I want to buy a better shield. I don't really think I need a better shield. Like, you see the shield has strength. It's like mainly important for the attacks that attack with the shield, but that's like kind of whatever. As long as you have one good weapon.
The master works on.
We are going to enhance the broadsword though. With a rugged tusk, we're just gonna get it to rank 3.
The master work.
Gonna do us
The master
some good. And then we're gonna stab some goblins.
Ever a pleasure.
First I gotta deposit the gear that I don't need.
Myself. Have your pick. What will it be?
I apologize for the inventory management. I know that's not very interesting, but it's unfortunately part of the game. The diary page we found is, I think, important for a quest, but I know for a fact that it's lore stuff. I think it is a story for Solomon, who used to be like a powerful mage wizard man. It's like the guy who the tome belonged to that we grabbed a while ago. Yeah, we're going to leave the city. We're going to save.
This way leads on to the encampment.
Then we're going to stab a few goblins, which should get us to vocation rank 5. I think we were at 4 already. We're only at 3. Probably really close to 4. And I think the goblins should give enough discipline to get us to 5 before we level up. If not, then I'll, have to be careful not to accidentally level up. But we have like, how much left? Yeah, like 16,000, 15,000. Should be fine.
We share these roads with traveling peddlers, guardsmen, and other folk. A good start to any task is talking with others. Let's begin with that. Who knows what lies in wait? Best proceed with caution. seems all roads lead to Grand Soren.
There should be goblins here. Unless they haven't risen. No, I see one. There it is.
Rising monster populations on these roads
They grow frenzied!
It hates fire!
If there's vocation rank 4, like I said, it's not far off.
Did it!
Picking up the wrong WhatsApp. One thing I like to do as fighter is just basically do the first 2 attacks and then delay it a bit. So you can spam the first 2 attacks over and over. So you don't have to do the finishing move, which is a long delay after. Doesn't super matter. I don't even know if it's better DPS, it's just something that I do. Grab the heal just so he stops trying to heal.
We are near half between the encampment and the capital I'd warrant. This place must have seen a ferocious battle. Watch for a goblin ambush ahead, Arisen. We must take care the past does not claim us as its next victims. Tis treacherously
Harpies
steep.
shouldn't give that much XP either. They are, however, a bit annoying to fight as a fighter. Don't have any good anti-air. Like around 100 XP is like the perfect point for discipline. In terms of how much discipline you gain per point of experience. At least that's what I read on the wiki a while ago. Like 2 years ago. Might be wrong in my head.
This is Harpy. Did it! Keep watch on the skies. Perhaps we could avoid further battle.
Best be well prepared.
We still got plenty left, yeah. They got 14k. If we run into anything that looks like it gives a lot of XP, we can just
Keep an eye turned to the
dip with the
shadows.
Eternal Fairy Stone.
The crags care not whom they hide.
This, what we're doing right now, is something we might be doing
This is a fine
a
place
bit
to lie
more
in ambush, Arisen.
towards the later levels. But then we're gonna do it differently with a significantly better discipline farm than just slaying some things. I just really want sinew right now.
We have triumphed.
The path diverges.
Get him? Oh, this is a bandit. I thought this was an NPC.
Hold, Master.
Leave these to me.
Stab! Oh boy. Imagine you're a poor bandit getting hold in a full Nelson and you see someone pull up a hammer the size of your entire body. Just smash you in the face with it. Guess you don't have too much to worry about after that.
I wonder what's inside.
Dragon spit. When you're the bard who seduced the dragon and he's trying to loop you up because he's the top. With Springboard you could get on the roof. And I think you need to for a quest at some point. You could also kind of harpy here, I guess. Could move towards the water god dungeon. Actually, let's do that. Let's move towards the water god dungeon. There should be a couple more harpies on the way, which might be enough to give us the vocation rank we want. And if not, the goblins should be. With 2 rings of perseverance, you get a lot of discipline. it's generally not. Doesn't take that long. Assassin looks like it takes long because the Assassin for some reason needs the most
Never
discipline
forget,
out of all classes.
constant vigilance.
Vocations. But in the end it doesn't really matter. Like if you unlock the best farm, you're gonna have all of them
Old
maxed out in like
texts
an
claim
hour
the
or
roads
two.
twixt Gran Soren and Cassidus were once well travelled.
Gran Soren stands beyond this way castle.
Holds like this one are crucial in warding the capital from monsters.
One slip and it's a long fall down.
Yeet.
Quite the cascade. I'd not like to attempt that fall.
I think that's a deadly fall.
I'll take
Might
that.
be able to jump over there. Let's find out. Because it would be quicker than going the way back. We aren't making it. Yeah, the penalty for dying in this game is just restarting where the last save is. And given that you can't save anywhere outside of combat, you can make stupid decisions like this.
Quite the cascade. I'd not like to attempt that fall.
One slip, and it's a long fall down.
Holds like this one are crucial in warding the capital from monsters.
Right.
Quite the grand structure. A way castle, perhaps?
A tent.
Quite the grand structure. A way castle, perhaps a tent.
A warrior, his weapons.
Yes. Tents are great structures.
Tis a land rife with spots where useful materials may hide.
The master!
I'll keep watch.
I hear more wolves, but I don't see any. And what I can't see can't harm me, therefore I can ignore it.
They grow frenzied!
Their kind hates ice and fire.
Take extra care on these narrow paths. They could be boogers.
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
It hates fire.
This looks interesting.
Goblin!
Opening.
Be it monsters or beasts of the wood.
I shall restore your health.
Reason
Hold
to
on.
be wary.
We'll rout them in a single charge!
Careful! A goblin!
Are stronger than a cotton goblin through a forehead. They grow frenzied! Strike with all you have! What's this?
I grant you fire's blaze!
Did it!
Guess I
shall
think the
restore your
goblin's
health.
dead.
Hold on.
Yeet. But they weren't enough. Thought they would be enough. Or I hoped they would be enough. Could go into the Water God Shrine. But I don't think we have enough budget to finish it. Gold ore is nice.
What's this?
It's semi-hard to get. Wee. Oop. What's in there? There's skeletons, saurians, there's a cyclops, I think.
I hear running water. A river?
Can you guys actually see anything past my lantern glow? Because on the stream preview it looks like you really can't. Because I can see fine.
A formidable stretch of terrain. How shall we proceed?
Quite the cascade. I'd not like to attempt that fall. The terrain is wild and varied here. We'd best choose our path carefully.
We need to go here for a quest later on that is intended to be required for you to beat the dungeon. But you don't need it if you make a jump. Oh, and here's a fun mechanic. If you get doused, your lantern goes out, but you can just take it off and put it back on. Which is something, funnily enough, that I learned from pawns. Because the pawns do that all the time. Every time they get doused and they're not in combat.
Scholars of the faith gave the water gods
They take it off and put it back on.
long ago.
It was a place of worship and sanctuary. The clerics of the old gods.
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
Or so they say. In truth, no one knows for sure who built this place, or why.
That's green warish. Nope, it's not. It's a crafting material. Let me save, just in case I get a level up that I don't want. Should be fine for quite a bit, but you never know.
Walking bones!
Insolence! Must stay calm, one at a time.
Yeah, skeletons are very good for EXP farming. There is a spot that I can show you guys that is in the vanilla game one of the best EXP farming spots. If not the best. It's available super early, like immediately as you start the game basically. Just a bit of a trek to get there.
There must be some
It'll be
device
easier
to
going
activate the
searching
link.
this area now.
Look, there's saurians. Saurians we already fought before. You wanna cut off their tail and then preferably hold them down for your teammates to beat up because they have decent defenses. You don't need to. The important thing is that you cut off their tail because it makes them weaker. And there we have vocation rank 5, so we're out of here. So that's actually all we wanted. Given that we need to go back in there anyways, so
Tis a port crystal, master.
we might as well do it when we have the quest.
One can reach it from anywhere with the use of
I
a
shall
magic
restore your
item.
health.
Hold on.
Might we ask the locals of the Pawn Guild?
So, this is the Pawn Guild.
I'm near certain the Pawn Guild can be found up ahead.
Ever a pleasure. We are. It is. Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
Now we have access to the augment sinew. Egregion is a bit of a weirdly worded ability, because what it actually means is it's easier to get out of grapples, which is never necessary. You can get out of every grapple before you take damage, aside from the grapple of the wolves that maul you on the ground, because it immediately does damage, and it does like small ticks of damage over time, or on harder difficulties against harder enemies, larger ticks of damage over time. But something like the ogre, he picks you up and munches on your face, or the Hydra can grab you and try to swallow you, which is an instant kill. And like you have time to wiggle out of all of those, but Egregion helps a lot. It's like twice as easy or something. Crazy how good it is. Fitness is decent. I don't think fitness works when you grapple hold onto an opponent, but I don't think we have any augments yet, so we might pick it up and just have it. Vigilance gives like 100 HP. It's not good, but hey, 100 HP is better than nothing, so
What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like.
we're changing our vocation back to Assassin. Put on our equipment, which I think was the stilettos. Yeah, the stilettos and the sylvan bow. The ugliest headpiece. And both rings of perseverance. Mainly so we don't have to worry about discipline whenever we unlock stuff.
Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
And I forgot to set skills, because it didn't super matter. But yeah, we have Bloodlust, which makes a strong red knight, which is like the only thing I've picked up so far. We definitely want Sinew on. And unfortunately, you can't see your weight limit here, but let's see fitness. We have currently 962 HP, and fitness increases it to... Wrong ability. Vigilance increases it to 1062, so it's 100 HP. It's not good. There's another one, I don't know, like, I think it's in Warrior, which increases your HP by, I think, 300, which is also not good. But hey, it's better than nothing. Like, our alternative is having literally nothing, so this is better.
What will it be today?
Let me see if we have anything new. Pick up Cutting Wind. What's Spider Bite? What's the target with a swift thrust that knocks him down after giving a poison needle's kiss? Poison is pretty strong in this game, if I recall. Easy kill is like a counter skill, which is okay. We pick up Cutting Wind, because I think it's a skill I'd maybe use on Strider as well. Actually, I wouldn't. I'd use Kisses, Skull Splitter, and Springboard, so I suppose a bit of wasted discipline, but we can buy everything later on anyways. We definitely want Mighty Band. It's just a stronger version of Full Band. Full Band's pretty good. Yeah, Pleaching Arrow would be a better version of Blunting Arrow, but we don't have the points for it, which is a bit of a shame, because Torpor is quite nice to have, but okay. I think we checked for her skills when we did our skills earlier. Yeah, we did.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Come again.
Well, hello.
Hello.
How good to see you again. You remember me, yes?
Madeline? Yes? You'll find naught but the finest wares here.
Tempted to buy the circlet just so we don't have to wear the stupid hat anymore. Just protecting against catching fire. But it doesn't have any debilitation resistance. Does it just mean you can't catch on fire at all? Because that would be okay. Or like this. Looks like he's not wearing pants. Let's... You know what? Sure, let's buy the circlet, why not? Let's equip it too. And store all the stuff we don't need because I forgot to do that.
At the city's west end. Remember?
Bond, they have this not a mess. Have your pick. What will it be? What will it be? Have your come again?
These the masterworks all?
Oh, we got firefly stones. Where do we get those? Do you want to upgrade the stilettos? Oh, elongated claw I think is harpies. Science resistance is not gonna matter much, but whatever. Ooh, we could cap our judgment. We're going to do that. It's expensive, but it'll gonna last us for a minute.
The masterwork come again?
Let's make for the Pawn Guild. It is on the west side.
That does not indeed make for the Pawn Guild. We are going to go back and kill more of the ogre. Probably means I should upgrade my stilettos.
The masterwork?
Now, where shall we head?
Okay, let me check Mont Blanc. I don't think we can afford any of the joke weapons, but maybe the one to cut down ogres is actually daggers. In which case I might buy it. Don't quite recall. One of the daggers glows when there's treasure nearby, which fine, I guess.
Sure, but I'm sure.
Oh, there's a cute thing you can do with Force Hatchet on Assassins. Because if you stack Force Hatchet, it has a mechanic where it stacks up, and then if it's fully stacked, your next attack is going to drain all your stamina. But if you stack Force Hatchet, it also increases the physical damage your bow attacks do. So that's something cute you can do in Assassin. That you can't do on any other character. Because the other characters don't have bows and swords. You either have a sword or a bow. That's Saurian's Bane. And dowsing spikes are for pleasures. Shame. And I don't think the two-handed weapons are against. Because I think we could maybe save up and buy her Heracles, because it is like when it crits the strongest sword in the game, but I don't know. Could also buy her the stamina hammer, but you know, they're both very expensive, so I guess I should check what the bow does actually. That's an option we also have. In fact, it's my preferred weapon. Griffin Bane Repeller Bow. Attack force without the notice can stop their health. Looks a bit like Devil Joe equipment. Well, I guess it's a bit more hairy than spiky, but I don't think anybody ever actually uses any of the enemy specific weapons. I think the tier 1 weapons are just better. I guess the tier 1 weapons weren't in the game yet when they got released, so.
We are. It is out. Have your pick. What will it be today? Understood.
Just the morning, let's go take care of the ogres. Maybe we get some nice things from our pawn. Maybe she was hired, I don't know. Kinda doubt it. She doesn't look very good and nobody wants a warrior pawn, but she'll be good later on.
Aye, the inn offers a clean bed, but it deals in vocations and skills besides.
Well, hello.
A place one can live without fear of monsters.
The monsters await arisen.
The mild weather year-round makes Grancis well suited for human life.
Yeah. Oh, I know where we might be able to get some better equipment actually.
That's goblin I saw last time. Keep close watch around us.
Wanna try? Sure. What could possibly go wrong? Other than that, it's a massive detour if it doesn't work, but
Castle walls.
actually if we do this though, we're gonna pick up our escort quest, because it's the same direction. I'm actually not sure if the escort quest is important or not, because I think there is at some point randomly spawned escort quests. But I think that's post-game.
The monsters await arisen. This way leads on to the encampment. We'll like find shops.
Anyhow, this will lead us in the same direction, so we might as well do it.
Remember to save enough for lodging.
Are your travel
Ever a
preparations
pleasure.
complete?
It has a name and it is just escort, so I assume it actually matters.
Armorers trade in a wide variety of weapons.
We'll like to have dealings with the armorer here for some time to come. Seems this is where the merchants live. It's quite open.
At least I think it leads us in this time. I hope I'm not mistaking what the Great Wall encampment is. So trust. Why? Why? Why can't I leave? through that door. That's weird. Maybe the quest restricts it because there's an event on the bridge or something? Usually you can leave through that door. And you only leave through there after story progression? I don't know. Oh, you know how this guard stopped us when we tried to go in here? Maybe you can only get in and out of that door once you've done the Pawn Guild quest. It's not a big deal, it's just would have just been shorter to go through there if it actually is where we need to go. But I'm doubting myself that Great Wall encampment is maybe not where I think it is. Nope, Great Wall encampment is up here. Yep, Great Wall encampment is exactly what I think it is. Actually, might not be what I think it is, but it's where I ultimately want to go. So I thought it would be I thought it would be. I can show you guys once we get around the corner there. But it's actually further, like. Oh, actually, it's Great Wall encampment. And now I'm struggling. It can be one of three things. I thought it was one, which I don't think it is anymore. Let's guard. I almost shot a guard because I thought it might be abandoned. This is abandoned though. This lad over there. No. We do have to kill him, so he doesn't get after Reynard. I thought he lived. Hey, actually, if people are still here, I was curious if you guys would like to see a Dishonored 2 playthrough. I've done plenty of Dishonored 1 playthroughs on the channel. Though none of them are saved anymore, so I guess we could do that too. But I've been wanting to play through Dishonored 2 again. So maybe we could do Dishonored 1 and then do Dishonored 2. Then maybe we do Death of the Outsider too, even though I don't really like that one. It's still a good game. It's just not as good as the main two. Maybe I grab the DLC for Dishonored 1 too, so I can do that as well, because I've never played through the DLCs. Did I kill the guard?
Perhaps we could avoid further battle.
Anytime.
Holds like this one are crucial in warding the capital from monsters. Armed rogues.
I also need to remember to save the Dragon's Dogma playthrough on YouTube, because I'd like to have it, because I hate how Twitch deletes the VODs. Which, I mean, it's fair enough. They don't have infinite space on their servers or whatever. Storage costs money after all, but
We'll find a vantage to fire down on our foes
like,
from atop the
I don't like it. Alright, so yeah. Whatever. It's easily fixed by just putting it on YouTube. And if YouTube ever explodes, then get fucked, I guess. I don't know. I'm not storing them on my hard drive. I don't care about them that much.
Stray from the roads and we'll soon find monsters arisen.
One way to make money in this game, by the way, is to kill the oxen, to get their meat, and then let it rot one stage and then sell it. Because slightly rotten stuff like I think it's sour is what it's called, is worth significant price increase over like non-sour stuff.
I hope it still holds.
And I think for vegetables it would be moldy. Where you can in in Casardas you can. I think it is actually where I wanted to go. So there's a tower thing back over there where I thought the quest leads us, but it doesn't. Which is actually not that great, because if he wants to go where I think he wants to go, there's a chimera in the way, and I don't know if I can kill the chimera quick enough at least. I'm certain I can kill a chimera. We've killed harder things than chimeras. I think the ogres are more difficult. Player. Alright, pawn. Put some proper armor on, you slut.
Each different combination of allies offers its own tactics for battle.
Yeah, there's also gonna be one guaranteed, but maybe two Cyclopses in the way. Couple of bandits. It'll be fine. Worst case, he dies and then he's dead. It's not gonna it's not like there isn't new game pluses and stuff like that. So wait, that's someone's pawn, isn't it?
Yes, Arisen.
I mean, yes, but I thought it was a friend's pawn. Because she looked familiar.
Yes, Arisen.
I guess she's not. I like that pawns are traveling the roads too, because it's like, oh, one of my pawns permanently died, let me just pick up the next best pawn that comes by.
Path diverges. This looks interesting.
Oh, there's Saurians on those rocks.
Hiding spots in the forest.
We don't have to worry about those. They are because they're reptilians. They're cold-blooded, so they like to chill in the sun to warm themselves up, which is kind of cute.
Whatever left these giant footprints behind.
The abbey that Kina is in, I think, is in the forest over there. If my map knowledge is correct. But I haven't been there in forever, because other than Kina and her quest, there isn't really anything interesting there.
Take them down! Stay vigilant, Master. You said a band of thieves prowls this region. Take them down! We don't take kindly to trespassers.
We have triumphed.
I think she was out of range.
We don't take kindly to trespassers.
They're armed, Master. Arisen, I am at your side.
They're left exposed after a time strike.
After they strike.
They attack in quick succession.
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
You might notice that all of these bandits are ladies. There is a bandit clan on our way that is ladies only. If you are a female Arisen, I think you can do a quest for them. But only if you also don't have any male pawns with you, I think. I don't quite recall the details. I should have picked up reset. Next time we get to buy skills, remind me to pick up reset. Because reset lets you stand up from being thrown down. Or knocked down. Among other things. Nice. Unfortunately, It still has its mask on, so we can't do much. No! This sucks. We can't hit anybody part well.
I cannot breach its armor.
I know. I was trying to remedy that, but you guys toppled it.
Tis our chance.
Guess we could try to break his tusks. He gets his ass beaten. I learned new techniques against this foe. It's like Zelos and Tails. Demon Fang! Demon Fang! I think I might be a genius. Double Demon Fang! Come on! Stop bullying the poor enemy! They could have been dead like 20 times by now. There we go. I'd like to know specifically when the pawns learn something, what exactly they learned. So it would be a bit easier for, without like looking up in a wiki or whatever, how to get stuff. Because there's like some things where it's just like, okay, you have to kill like 100 of this enemy to get this knowledge.
Far different climb from the capital. Perhaps it bears novel fruit.
I think there's a chimera over here too, but we don't have to kill it. Just to make sure we are on the right way, right? Yes.
Armed bandits are him down.
Curative will serve. Leave it to me.
I'll take that.
So, fun fact, rolling is actually faster than normal walking, so if you're moving through the game and you don't have any stamina curatives, the best thing you can do is just run until your stamina is low and then run until your stamina is low and then roll.
No interruptions. They're left exposed as our grand strike.
Because rolling costs no stamina. Oh, that's the chimera. That's not the chimera I was worried about, but that's the other chimera I knew about. I think we'll be fine. Come on, stop.
Are you all right, Master?
Of course. Would he poison? No.
I'll scale it. Strike when it's distracted.
Don't scale it. You're a warrior. You're shit at scaling things.
But sever the tail. Any that would target the arisen am I. I'll hold the servant still. Help me. It's fallen. Strike. Strike with all you have. Clumsy. Leave the advantage. Keep attacking. Focus your attack.
Hey, do you mind healing?
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
Magic will still lie its head. Strike at it with magic.
I like how he's just standing here, like, doesn't matter to him.
Lend my might.
I'll still it as best I can.
Lion fears magic.
Yeah, so the snake tail does poison, the goat head does sleep, and the snake head and the goat head can both be killed, but they can also be regenerated. It usually doesn't. There's higher level chimeras, they're called core chimeras. Those have much more dangerous goats who... what does that do? Use your boost strength for a time. I'm going to use that. Let's eat the beast steak just so I don't get stunned. Where the goat casts more dangerous magic like lightning bolts and stuff, which the normal chimera goat doesn't. So it's not as important to take care of the goat. But goat is still a weak point, so it's just you want to hit it anyways. Music is very loud right now. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. So just a wee bit. Oh. Yeah, I'm using green warriors too. I'm using the small ones because they weigh the same but they heal less, so getting rid of them is good. There's a sweet spot on the chimera's back where you can hit the goat and the lion at the same time. That's kind of where you want to be if you climb it, to do max damage. Is our dear merchant man still alive, or did he die? Oh, I see the dot. I mean, he's here? He is very dead. Yup. Super duper dead! I think. Maybe he gets back up?
If you're tired, rest.
I don't have a wake stone with me, unfortunately. It'd be a shame if he dies, because he's the guy that sells the nuts. Well, buddy, I'll be back for you. He'll either get up or we fail the best the quest. Yeah, I don't have a wake stone, so nothing I could do about that. Which unfortunately I'm pretty sure means he is dead for the rest of the playthrough. I should have thought about it in advance. Like as soon as I saw that this is where I need to go, I should have went back into the city and brought a wake stone. Because I knew there was chimeras on the way, and I knew that chimeras take a while to kill without really good gear, so that's definitely my bad.
Talk is, a band of woman thieves makes their den in these parts.
And this was the other Cyclops that was guaranteed. I think the other one was not guaranteed, but this one is always there. This one you can make fall off the mountain though, if you're lucky.
Tis like the open space is about to reach out and take you.
Yes, thanks camera, that's exactly what I wanted.
I'll take care of the weak. Cyclops is armored.
Yeet! Oh, I thought I might get her over the edge. Oh, we can do it now. We took a nasty hit with the bow there. The bow enemies are really dangerous. Oh, our mage fell down. Yeah, look at the. Oh, we can't see him on the map, but he's down there. He fell down, so we're not getting him back. Do you see how much damage fulmination does? It's crazy. Yeah, that. Maybe we have time after the fight to pick up Snivalius, but I don't think we will. And I'm not too beaten up about it either, if I'm honest. We can just pick up another mage. The pawns are getting a bit out-leveled anyways. Which isn't necessarily bad, because if the pawn you use is like below your level, their XP penalty isn't effective. So basically, aside from your own pawn, the other two pawns reduce the XP you gain by 25% each if they are on your level. I think by... Is that how it works? Yeah, I think that's how it... No. That's how it works. Gotta be how it works.
This hold is home to thieves now.
Because I know for a fact that if they are 25 levels below you, you do not get an XP penalty. So that's how it works. Snivali is fucking dead. Where he is, the idiot. The fool.
We've no place for men folk here. Now go, before I sneak I'll enjoy this. Be gone from this place, man.
They're all named.
I've no use for you.
Like the ones up here in the keep are all named. And like I said before, if you're female, they are not aggressive. It doesn't matter too much. Gonna have to maybe make the Arisen Lady in the next playthrough. Please don't throw more of my pawns off ledges. There's one supremely important piece of gear in here that we have to pick up though. It's of utmost importance that we get it. Playthrough cannot continue without it.
Seems there's more than one way to deal with bandits.
I think it's in here.
This looks interesting.
Nope, but that might be good too. That might be an upgrade. It is, and a significant one too.
What's this?
I'm not sure if that's the same chest that the other item is in.
This fort was built by a duke of old. I reckon it's worth investigating.
Might be. Which case we will have to return for the highly important item in a later time. Empress of Charity. Empress of Charity
This looks interesting.
do more damage the more money you have, up to like 10,000. But I don't think they're that good. I don't recall them being that good, but they might be okay. I think they do more damage than a Throw Blast, but they also like cost 10 times as much as a Throw Blast. I don't think they do 10 times as much damage as a Throw Blast. Not 5 times, I think.
I fear we're not like to get far speaking with their leader.
I don't think we have a chance to speak with their leader. I think they're all dead. And we didn't get the item. The item is like basically like a chainmail tanga
Take care you don't fall.
or thong or whatever. Whatever. It can be decent for fashion. It's female only.
Lantern and have a look. It was most like a water post
What
once.
a lot of people use for being for their slut mocks for their pawns, because people slut mock their pawns all the time.
Scenery's quite a change.
Yeah, there's another chimera. Ooh, maybe there isn't another chimera.
Human bones that move on their own.
Because this is usually about where the other chimera would spawn.
Never mind the beasts. I'll take the loot. What's this?
It's not the work of the darkest magic.
They cast like an undead version of the healing spell that only heals them. You can see those down there. Those spooky ghosts are phantasms, and there is another chimera here. Okay, cool. I don't want to do a chimera without a mage. Like I'd rather not do it without the healing, so we're dipping.
I'll go at once.
Some beasts still remain.
You see quest log ambush failed. Those are just mini quests that you can pick up, like when you run into the chimera, and we had it earlier too. When you, what the fuck? Did a goblin just drop out of the sky?
Perhaps we might harvest ore from
Uh, yeah, so anyways. Like the ambush quest, there's just some little bonus XP you get when you defeat, like in this case it would have been the Chimera. We had it earlier where we got it after we defeated the 2 Cyclopses. Cyclops? And this encampment up there is where he wanted to be escorted, which is where I wanted to go to check for new weapons. This is, I think, oil pits, if I recall correctly. Which is not something we want to be in. Because I think you drown if you fall into them.
Than the other halls we've seen. Very well.
Some walk here, eh? I was dispatched from the capital to aid in your travels, Arisen. I can offer you rest or see unwanted goods safely back to the inn in Grand Soren. It is my pleasure to serve, sir. Just name it, sir.
Oh, and if a pawn dies, all the items they had on them, with the exception of their equipment, will just get sent to storage.
Just name it, sir. Well,
yeah, he also lets you learn new skills, but he doesn't let you swap vocations.
Just name it, sir. Well,
which is still nice because, like I said earlier, this is one of the there's one of the best grinding spots close to this place. So while grinding, you can get some new abilities. I'm gonna buy reset. Because reset is pretty good. It's not something... Actually, it would be something I would always play in my bar if you had more than 3 ability slots, but... Fortunately, there's 3 abilities I'd rather play, so... Don't really have a chance or a choice. Dominable Lunge is good. Arc of Might is like a big old charge attack where you just stand there for a couple seconds and charge, and then you hit the enemy for 1,000,000 damage. But yeah, I don't think it's good on pawns. Or I doubt it's good on pawns, rather. I'm gonna put an instant reset after, instead of this. Unfortunately, actually I need to look. I don't think I looked. For better bow skills. Yeah, 5-fold flurry is an upgrade for a 3-fold flurry. We don't have enough points for Pleat Jigger. I really need to pee, so I'll be right back. Hello there. I have returned. Don't think we need any more core skills. In fact, I don't think we get any more core skills.
Well, what's that? Just name it, sir. Oh.
We will rest till morning. Actually, we need to rest till nightfall for me to show you guys the grind, but we can do this right after this, so it's fine. We also want to pick up new pawns. I don't think the grind works with pawns. Specifically because it relies on you not killing a specific enemy. And pawns will not care for that, they will murder him. I guess you could use only melee pawns because the enemy flies around a bit. But there's still a chance that they will just kill him, so it's best to do it by yourself. There isn't a really good spot to kill your pawn here, unfortunately.
What's that? I am ever aware of the enemy's weakness in battle, be they alone or in numbers. Does this please you, Arisen? Understood. My first concern will be aiding my allies in whatever way I can. I try to speak or remain silent as the situation demands. Would you have me continue in this way, Master? As you wish. I will attempt to be more talkative from now on. How would you have me respond to your orders? Understood.
I forgot that that's a mechanic.
Oi, what? Come, don't be shy.
So he enhances gear, which is cool because we just got a hunter's bow, so we can put some more damage off the bat. Then I just remembered that I came here to buy new gear, so I maybe should check if he has better weapons. Which he does, but not a bow, so that's fortunate, I guess. Do you have better two-handed weapons? You do indeed, and I cannot afford them. Because the other daggers are 40,000. Okay. Can sell these. We have stuff to sell. I don't think we have 80k or like 60k worth of stuff to sell, but we have stuff to sell. Materials are a pretty good way to make some cash, but it's not great because at some point you might need them again. Yeah, like an ogre tooth is worth 5k, that's pretty good. A magic medal is 3k and you get like 12 from one golem, or actually it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? 7? Maybe 8? Yeah, Saurian parts are worth quite a bit, I think. And Rugged Tusk is from Cyclops, so they're not worth that much. Oh, I might just sell a DLC item. Don't tell anybody. Can you tell which item is the DLC item? Could sell the two-hander, we don't need that anymore. Could sell 1,000 troops, we will not need that ever. Magician's Crutch we won't need. I mean, 1,000 troops we could probably make use of while we're leveling Mystic Knight, but like, whatever. Like at that point we probably have a better weapon. Why are you worth 0? Oh, because you're like a quest item? So those and those. One of these, because rusted weapons are actually really good. Hidden OP, so to speak. Sorting gloves are worth quite a bit. Lion Spine is DLC. Sorry. Should have muted myself. Side earring we just got from somewhere, so I can sell that without feeling bad about it. It was for the nimble earring. Then we already have enough money, so.
Come, don't be.
These are some. Like, these are throwables that you can. Oh, you use them? No, you throw them. I guess some are usable, some are throwables. We throw them at the enemy and then poisons them or whatever it's supposed to do. So we want the snap daggers for us. And we want. We want the hammer or the sword? The sword looks cooler. Sword is also a bit cheaper. I think she has bludgeoning damage with her dash attack, so I think I'd rather have the sword. Hammer is a bit too expensive for me right now. But I kind of want it, so we might actually grind here a bit. It's that or setting a DLC item, and I'd really rather not. Let's buy these for now. Put them on, enhance them.
Come, don't be shy.
Sell our old equipment probably. Ooh, we can cap them out too. Good. Can't afford the upgrade on the Warblade. Oh, and we could cap it out as well if we had 54k. Well, how much does Judgment sell for? That will sell for 5k, Judgment sells for 14k. Dragon Forging equipment is also a pretty good way to make some money. But it does require you to put some upgrades into it. Well, one. I think you need one upgrade to Dragon Forge. And then you can do the oldie Durgan. And you can also obviously only upgrade Dragon Forge equipment you can wear, so depending on what class you are and what you buy and whatever.
Come, don't be.
Can sell 2 of those. We needed 4 and I'd rather have one of them still. So I can replicate it if I really need to. Still a bit of copper ore. It's easy enough to get. It's these? Or in dark wetlands. Or I'm sure they're easy enough to grind if we need them. As long as we have one sort of thing that can just be duped. So 2 of those. Freakish Manus from Chimeras. Which aren't hard kills once you get some damage, so wouldn't be terrible to sell. How much do I still need? It was 53k for the enhancement, right? 54,100. Got this. So the fishes I'm never using. Let's keep one of each fish. Rotten food you can unrot with. I think you have to put it in an airtight flask and then apply something else to it. A process that is generally speaking not worth it. Like you gotta be real desperate to do it. But see, if we have a beast steak that is worth 300 and a sour beast steak that is worth 1500, that's what I meant earlier when I said you can farm meat off of enemies and then let it sour and sell it. But then if you let it rot, then it's worth barely anything, so. I'm gonna become impervious to debilitations for a limited time. Ooh, that's not bad. Liquid Whim is super good, so we're putting it worth quite a bit. We're still 6k short. And sell the pies, they're poopy. Best defense, nobody needs that. Best magic, I won't need either. Because, like, I'm not gonna be a very efficient magic user anyway, so those are the vocations I'm gonna play. Use with power of ice. We can sell the, no we don't sell the lift stones actually. We can sell fairy stones if we have any. Deep arrows I don't care for, throw blast I don't care for. Blast arrows I wanna keep. But all but one skull. All but one kindling, I don't know if you need kindling for anything. But to be safe, no sorry. It's not a fairy stone. Still like 1,000 short. God damn it. Let's start the Winter's Path Dome, whatever.
Come, don't be sure. Come, don't be.
That was painful.
Leave me be for now. Come, don't be sure.
Yeah, they don't let us in here.
I cannot let you past.
Cannot let us pass. So, this is important later. We need to come back here like super later. Like in the speed we've been playing through this in like probably 20 hours or so.
Perhaps we might use one of those tents.
I'm gonna go to the Riftstone. We're gonna send the sorcerer home. I don't want a sorcerer anymore. I think she's kind of poopy bad. This specific sorcerer is kind of bad. I take another sorcerer with like other spells. She's level 33, right? They're still from when I leveled, so kind of want to get rid of them anyways. Spawn from the party. I don't have anything good to give, so I'm not giving anything. And we're rating them 5 stars because we're good beans. With no comment, whatever. It's not a maxed out pawn, so they are either just casually playing or not done with it yet, so not really much to say about it. And these are our friends' pawns. We'll take Simon with us, but we don't, or I don't want 2 warriors. Searching, pawns by level, on our level. We are summoning mages first. Titty. Sure, let's summon Titty. And she's wearing the DLC robe.
Yes, Arisen.
Else. High Angle, Thunder and Fire Affinity is good. High Anodyne, Halidon, Fire Commissary. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Yeah. No ring.
Yes, Arisen.
That is pretty good. I think I'm just gonna take her. Because I don't have any complaints about... Why did I summon level 8? Did I summon her? Didn't summon her, right? I sorted by level. Let's check, maybe we have someone who's even better. No.
Yes, Arisen.
He has Grand Angle, which is nice.
Yes, Arisen.
No.
Yes, Arisen.
Yes, Arisen.
Good, she's barely wearing anything. Oh, that's Titty. High Angle, High Fragor, High 11. I don't know if I need Thunder Affinity, yeah.
Yes,
no, I'd rather have the status here. Okay. What else do we bring? Guess we could bring a ranger. We could also bring a fighter. Fighter's good. What do we have? We have Mage Sorcerer, Ranger Strider, and Fighter Warrior. Do we either bring a fighter or a ranger? I don't want to bring a ranger. They're good. Striders are also very good. But they have bows, and for the farm I want to show off / do for a bit. I don't want anyone with good ranged attacks. The mage is already probably gonna ruin the farm, but you know. I'd also like someone else who might draw aggro, so... Dr. Trixie, which I for some reason summoned. Just so she goes away. She's quite heavily onset. Which is unusual. Usually don't get pawns that are just like not the perfect body standard or hideous abominations. That's usually either or. You have Burst Strike, Broadsword, Heaven Sword Slash. Okay. Shield Drum, Shield Storm, Symbol Onslaught.
Yes, Arisen.
Yes, Arisen.
That's definitely a voice. Let's try calling it.
Yes, sir.
We're not picking it.
Yes, Arisen.
I want someone with a clown head all the time. Blitz strike, antler toss, full moon slash. J drops and rounds, shadow
Yes,
assault.
Arisen.
Shadow assault is good.
Yes, Arisen.
Blitz strike, so it's clear. I have a war flash, shield drop,
Yes,
taking him.
Arisen. I am honored.
I wanted someone with shield drum, so I have someone who can draw aggro. He also has shield launch, which is nice, or can be nice against flying enemies. Or if he uses it for like a Cyclops or something, so you can get to the face easier. Then he has the tier 3 forward dash stabby attack, which you get through the ring, through the DLC ring. So their owner put that on, which is nice. It's not the best attack, and it's not necessarily the attack you want to have upgraded on a fighter in the end game, but it does a ton of stagger damage. Like, it knocks shit off their feet. You might have seen me use it quite a bit against the goblins.
Just name it, sir.
We're resting till nightfall. I'm gonna show you guys the grind. The grind is pretty good in hard mode. It's gonna be significantly less good in this because, first of all, we're not getting twice as much as XP, and we are also, very importantly, not getting the gold drops. Like, it's a good grind because it's a good all-around grind. And in hard mode, every enemy can just drop gold. Like, they drop anything up to the 10k gold sacks on kill. So you kill a lot of things in this grind, so that's pretty good.
The Great Wall. It was built to keep all manner of beasts from Francis.
So on this, it's mostly gonna be like skulls and shit that it drops, so it's not gonna be really worth it money-wise. That's still gonna be decent for XP, and I still want to show it off, just to have it shown off.
A stronghold? It's awfully high up.
So it's a very convenient grind too. What was that? What was that? Why did you do that? So the thing is, it needs to be night, because otherwise the
There's evidence this place was once well traveled.
oh god, I think I went wrong. Yeah, I think the wolves are the wrong path. The wolves might also fuck us up because they do a ton of damage. Oh no, that's not good. Yeah, these are white wolves, in case you can't tell. They are just stronger. They otherwise behave pretty much just like wolves, but they're stronger.
I'm on my way. That's no mere wolf.
And yeah, the grind I wanted to go is over there actually, so you don't need to do the wolves for the grind. I just moved wrong because, you know, I might know what I'm doing, but I'm not 100% perfect because I don't play this game like as my livelihood. There is a, I think they're called Wraith up here, who will, when he doesn't have any skeletons, summon skeletons. And he will only do this at night. They aren't particularly strong, but give decent XP. Gotta be a bit careful because they do decent damage. This is a kind of high-ish level area. but they're all melee skeletons. And you see, they give 700 XP each. So imagine twice that amount in hard mode, right? And then you can even double that more with wheel talismans if you want to. And like every time they're all dead, he will come down and summon more. But as you can see, the pawns obviously attack him. It's not that bad. You can kill him. If you kill him, he, I think, needs 7 days to respawn. So the idea is that you don't want to kill him. Which means you probably don't want to do this with pawns. And then you can just rest until the next night and he will summon more. But if it just becomes day, he will just stop summoning. So you can tell pretty easily when he just stops summoning its day. He has healing spells, right? I didn't pick up a mage that doesn't have healing spells. I'm not stupid, right? Yeah, Halidom is, or Anodyne, one of them is the healing spell. Guess I'll just tell her to heal me then. I'm just gonna do this until the pawns kill the summoner. Oh yeah, he does a spell that drenches you, which is a bit annoying because then you have to turn on your lamp back again. The main idea is that he also does a lightning spell, which means you take more damage when you're drenched. Or I think you get stunned when you're drenched. But it's overall a fairly easy fight. And yeah, you can... you need to kill all the skeletons before he summons more, so it's... if there's multiple enemies or multiple people, it can be hard to keep track of the skeletons. Sometimes they just get stuck. You can tell it's a summoning spell by the purple color, and by the fact that he always lowers himself down when he summons. This is intended as your as a melee, as your chance to do damage, but you know, you can just not do that and farm skeletons. The heal spell also damages undead, so if you have a mage with you, you can fight in the heal spell, and that's a good thing to do. I also apparently have lied because there was a skeleton left and he summoned more, so... But he is more inclined to resummon if there's less skeletons at the very least. I think he's guaranteed to cast his next spell as to summon if there is no more skeletons. Yeah. They just killed him, which he gives 2,500 XP, but like I said, for the farm, we could have killed 3 or 4 more sets of skeletons before the sun would rise. And at that point, we would just sleep until next midnight, get fully healed, and just continue. So this is one of the ways you can grind up a lot of XP really easily. Specifically if you're solo. Or you only have, well, even if you only have melee pawns, our strongest pawn is definitely Wild Rose, and she just obliterated the guy, so... A bit of a shame, but it's fine. I mainly wanted to show it off. I probably wouldn't just grind up on stream. If I want to grind, I'm gonna do that off stream, because first of all, that means I can watch stuff on the side, and second of all, that means you guys don't have to watch me sit here for 4 hours doing the same thing over and over and over again. We could go for the phantom kills. Assuming the mage buffs us, we should be fine. Oh, actually, they take physical damage too. Oh, that one was just damage from something? I'm confused. Yeah, they can possess you or your pawns. If they possess your pawns, you have to damage them a bit. And it does like a fixed amount of damage to them. Which is the intended way to defeat them if you don't have magic damage. It's obviously easier to kill them if you just have a weapon that does magic damage, or you're a caster, or magic archer, or something like that.
Let us watch and wait. The possessed cannot free themselves. Stay close. I shall watch the spirit's actions.
An ally's blow will dislodge the ghost. I've learned new techniques against that foe.
Medic for the veil, there mustn't be
Tis a
more.
fool who rushes in and
Allow
an
an ally to
foe.
strike you, quickly!
Tis a troubling foe.
Swords are useless.
Let us watch and wait.
The possessed cannot free themselves. Stay close. If you lose your way, you need but consult your
We
map.
kill them all. Because we have a quest to kill 7 phantasms. Sorry, they're not phantom. They're
I
phantasms.
heal your wounds.
I forgot to give our other 2 pawns some healing items. Okay, we can do that in Grand Soren. What did I just get 300 XP from? It's still the phantasms and it's just super slow for some reason.
Stretch was once a river, and it went dry.
Has us blind.
I wanna see if I can finish the phantasm quest this night. If we're here already anyways, you know. Then we can also kill the chimera.
Some beasts still remain.
Seems there's a path atop the hill as well.
Chimera!
I'll hold the serpent still.
Magic will steal the lion's head!
Let's get rid of the serpent first.
Oh my god, can you please grab the serpent? You can probably tell how much more damage I'm doing to the serpent by now. The main reason is that defense in Dragon's Dogma has like breakpoints where if you do enough damage, you just or if you do super little damage, you just do a point or 2 of damage, and if you have enough attack to break through the breakpoint, you will just do regular damage. It's usually not an issue when you're just playing, but if you are venturing out in areas where you have no business being, like us being right here, fighting chimeras, before we have any real gear, you can tell that you're doing fuck all damage. much quicker this kill was than the last one. A couple of levels on a new weapon makes a lot of a difference.
Anytime.
A big difference. Shame that the merchant died. I think there's like another Cyclops over there. But I'm not really interested in the Cyclops or the Harpies, or Snow Harpies I think specifically are these. They're a bit stronger. Go back to Grand Soren now. And do the ogre quest, because I think we might have the breakpoint for ogres now. I'm not sure, but that was kind of my intention when I went up here looking for new weapons. Was the hope that we might break through the defenses.
One can reach it from anywhere with the use of a magic item.
Why not take all the time?
Where do we get 42,000 gold from? Do we get that much money from clearing the ambushes? It already puts her in light, but she might have some materials on it. So, gotta check for that. She definitely does have sinew though. I personally wouldn't ever put out a pawn without sinew, because carry weight is so important for like a casual player, and it's still nice to have if you're not casual. And just one augment isn't gonna make or break a pawn. Like, they aren't that reliant on every single point of damage that they can dish out.
What will it be today?
To be fair, Lydia is like a level 23 pawn, so chances are he just doesn't have sinew yet, but yeah. Sylvian also I don't think has sinew. Actually, he might? I don't know. He might be just a weight class lower than I am. And then White Roses. He's kind of short.
What will it be today?
It doesn't super matter, like I said, the difference between very light and light isn't that big.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Come again. It is
I think we got... Oh, it's also, the skeletons are also worth a ton of discipline. Just because of how quickly and efficiently you get to kill them.
What will it be today? Have your pick. What will it be today?
I'm gonna pick up Plegic Arrow, because Torpor is really nice. And I know for a fact that it works against the ogres, so... Sharply increases the cumulative damage wrought by your poison attacks. I think that was bad. Not that we have poison attacks, mind you. We don't have the skill that increases our poison damage. Oh, sorry. We could take preemption. It's gonna be fine until we have better augments, which is not gonna be for a while. Temerity is nice. Audacity is also nice. We can't afford both of them right now. I think we already have her 3 skills capped. You're harder to knock half the severity of wound. Use Audacity because Audacity is a damage increase. In that you are going to actually finish your attack. We'll put on preemption just because it fills out our augment slots. It's not usually something I would take, even if you can make some you can do some really good damage with like preemption and the force hatchet, and then like the other damage ups that like cap your damage and whatever. And just one-shot shit with your sniper shot, but like that's late game shenanigans. We are not doing late game shenanigans yet, so. So, our favorite merchant man is dead. That blows a bit. Oh yeah, a rock. Let's do the ogres. And maybe, if the ogres are going good, like if we have good damage against them, we might try the fire drake and try to dragon forge our equipment.
A curative will serve.
Did you just use healing items? Oh, I should have rested probably. Sylvian was kinda low. Sylvian? What's his name? Sylvian.
That's goblin I smell, monster. Keep close watch around. Kill 'em on roads. Kill 'em all. Wait for an opening.
Insolence! Now we'll gain the upper hand. Bandits arisen. This looks interesting.
Strength in numbers.
The brine have lurked along the shore times.
Wait for an opening.
Monsters await arisen.
Did it!
We have triumphed. One cannot be too careful at the water's edge. The Lee is vast. Twould be easy to get lost.
Careful! A goblin!
Brand Ingle is very good. You'd think, oh, it's the default fire spell, it's kind of poopy, and also very good. It's cast super fast and does solid damage. It's not gonna do as much damage as a fully channeled Bowlight, but you can also cast like 30 Ingles by the time you cast one Bowlight, so.
A weakling is a weakling still. Did it?
We have triumphed.
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
Oh, spiders. Yeah. I saw something clipping through the door and I just assumed it was a goblin.
I'll take that.
Threw it in the fire.
Scattered about. Miner's kit, from the look of it. What's that?
We're looking for the mine, which I think is up here. Oh, it's over there. Over yonder.
This passage links south and central provinces. The monsters await arisen.
One of the speedrun strats is using like cutting wind and then instant resetting at the end. Like one of the fastest ways of movement. It's also super stamina intensive, but it is fast. And the speedrun just has like a million of the super healing blossoms. That you can get from Kina's quest. It basically dashes through the entire game. Or at least it used to the last time I watched speedrun. I don't think Dragon's Dogma is a very active speedrunning community though.
They attack in quick succession.
I recently looked at the leaderboards to see if there's like an all quests category or something. Which there is a hero percent, I think it's called, which is like all quests that aren't notice board, something like that. But it had no runs, and from the resources I also couldn't see any like routing done on it, so that'd be something I might be interested in. But I've never routed a speedrun. I mean, I've also never ran a speed game, so I don't know. But I'm kind of familiar with Dragon's Dogma, so it might be cool. It's a game that I really enjoy playing, that has fun mechanics in it, that are also fun in the speedrun, and not like some games that have like cool mechanics that you don't use in the speedrun.
Anything it catches, it devours. Most exposed after an attack.
Counter after it strikes.
I think we're doing better damage. I can't super tell, if I'm quite honest. Yeah, no, we're definitely doing better damage, or at least I think Wild Rose is doing better damage. I don't think we can get through his defenses still, but she just fucked that bitch up. Problem is, dragons are kind of difficult for pawns. At least until they have knowledge. If they have knowledge, I think they're good. I know Strider pawns can really ruin dragons. Oh, this is where I wanted to go. Oh, this is where I wanted to go.
I'm on my way. hardly befitting in a
you
Riz-
press right on the D-pad, you can ask for assistance, and it will heal and buff. I wanted the buff because White Rose is missing like a hit point, but yeah. Please buff White Rose. Please buff White Rose. She's like our strongest party member at the moment, please. There we go. I'm gonna put on the lantern so you guys actually see something this time.
Any that would target the
Take care when scaling its back.
more vicious
Their
than a
raw
cyclops.
power makes them a threat.
Use my support.
Take help in scaling its back.
It's on its knees right now.
It's cowards. Continue the attack.
Refreshment is in order.
It's more vicious than a cyclops.
Counter after it strikes.
It is exposed after it attacks.
Right, pawns just eat through stamina healing items, I forgot.
It can't be stopped once it begins to rage. Now, focus your attack. It is a troubling foe.
It's more vicious than a
It cannot
cyclops.
take much more.
Careful, a goblin.
Help me!
A goblin?
Knows no end. Seems that the last ogre
Is the last of it.
Touch me. Hello. Anybody, touch me, please. Fine. Don't then.
Their kind hates ice and fire both.
Ogre Bone. I think Ogre Bone gives you stagger resistance. Yeah, attack the less likely to stun the wearer. Guess we could give that to Wild Rose. Could also use it ourselves.
I'll take that.
A curative
Mana.
will serve.
Somehow, the task is done.
I think we did pretty well. By we, I do mean Wild Rose. She did a lot of damage. Yeah, you guys see I have this regen effect on me. That's from the healing spell. If you cast it at the, like if you have the upgraded version, and you cast the upgraded version,
What's this?
it leaves a small healing effect on you if you leave the area. It's really nice. But it's not super good. A lot of people choose to not upgrade the healing spell when they make their pawns, so they will just cast it and cast it a bit quicker by.
What's this?
Oh fuck! That goblin just vanished. Well, anyways, they choose to not upgrade the healing spell, so their pawns just cast the heal quicker, because actually standing in the heal is more efficient than the regen. But I don't think that's gonna make a huge difference to someone who's gonna bring a mage pawn. Like if you are going to bring a mage pawn, you need it for the healing, and every extra bit of healing is more beneficial than just having quicker throughput. Like having a stronger heal on the floor that you can stand in when you have the chance is more important to
This
you at that
passage
point than
links
having a
south
heal that
and
is
central Grand South.
theoretically better throughput just by having two of them up or whatever.
This looks interesting.
All clear, you say? Happy news, that. You are a wonder, sir. I'll not tarry about then. With this road open, the merchants in the capital will have an easier time bringing in goods from afar. 'Tis a fine thing for sellers and buyers alike, having trade on the rise.
There we go. That's this quest.
Now that this place is safe, It'll serve as a shortcut, linking South and Central Grances.
The cave is rid of pests and fit for human use. A grand victory arisen. Now that this place is safe, it'll serve as a shortcut, linking South and Central Grances.
Okay. Let's, before we go through there, because like I said earlier, I don't know if we can Dragon Forge yet. I don't think we have. Oops, I've done a boo boo. Did it one too many times.
Hold on.
So we are going away. I think there's another Chimera in here. I really should pay better attention to my stamina. Star it be.
Goblin!
I'll scale it! Strike while it's distracted! Still the lion's head!
Wow. I was too high up on the snake head, so it hit me with a melee attack. Ow, yeah. That's what you get for not paying attention to the Chimera. Hey look, our mage is dead again.
I'll steal it! Strike while it's distracted! I'll hold it! Continue the attack!
I was waiting for it and then I fucked up the dodge. Oh, I should have probably teleported. Would have most likely have been useful. Yeah, aside from it being a bit annoying that you have to pick up pawns all the time, there is really nothing bad about a pawn going down. That was a lot of damage, dang.
Consult your map.
Yeah, we have one of the rings that upgrades abilities, but we only have it for this one. And as you might have noticed, I don't use the one in combat a lot because it's yeah. So it's a good tool to approach, but so is the dodge roll. Yeah, this is where I wanted to go. I think the upgraded version might have more reach though, so maybe that's good. I heard crows and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna trigger the audio trap.
Your map will serve us.
That's what I get for playing Hunt.
Looks like a cottage.
Maybe we can find some cheese in the cottage.
May I help you?
So yeah, we're looking for Kina. I think she should be here already.
Here. It seems a dangerous place for such pursuits.
Mayhaps I'm wrong.
Ah, a traveler. Welcome, child. We have may the
Appears I am mistaken.
May I help you?
Yeah, you can get up there with a springboard. You can springboard off of the barrel, but I can't because I don't have springboard because I'm not a strider. But there's also, I don't think, anything up there. We could, if we could get the pawn to actually use the springboard thing, like Sylvian has the ability to catapult us up there if you wished so. But really, you can't get on top of this house? Okay, sure, that's a choice, I guess. I think Kina still has her hair out when she's done. So she should be fairly easy to spot. I think there's also a macabre statue somewhere over here. I think they're all around actually.
Treasure, perhaps?
Yeah, here. Cursed carving on the macabre statue. Picking up the lone flowers too. We're so starved for money. We've been earlier that I pick up everything that could be worth something. Also, that means I don't have to come back here.
This looks interesting.
Pretty good skill for hunting, I guess. You know what also pretty good skill for hunting this? Not that there's much point to hunting in this game. Okay. So I guess we could try the dragon.
Seems this place has never been touched by man.
This looks interesting.
A wealth of materials lies close, I believe. Let's have a look.
Don't worry, I'm here.
What evil does this sense of foreboding portend? The scene of an attack, most like. Perhaps there's ought to be something.
Ooh. New armor. Maybe it's good. Gives some HP. But it is, I mean, it's a fully upgraded leather cape, but it also doesn't look good on her. I think she looks kind of nice with the leather, because it fits her, like, waistcoat thing, but we do need some better equipment for her. we have some spare cash, like some 100 or 200k, we can probably go back to the Gateway Fortress thing and grab some better equipment. This is the way out. Nope, this is not the way out. But that reminds me, I want to check on something. That might also just be a later thing, but nope, that might just be might be a yet thing already, because as you can see, we're sprinting and we don't use stamina. That means that this is a village area or a safe area, which should mean that we open this now. We still can't open this. That the shop owners should be in here, and they do have some unique gear. I think they used to have the Berserk crossover gear, but I think that's no longer existent in this version of the game.
Little in the way of competition in these parts besides. Here you are.
They had something else interesting. They have those. And if you buy these, they open up things for the mine. Yeah, the cutlass is also, like, I think they have decent gear. Guess not. Not yet. I like the look of the padded armor, but not for 15k, I don't. At least not at this point. I like the over-knee boots, kinda. Oh, right, the bronze cuirass. Forget that, but it's heavy and not as good as the one she has.
Here you are.
We want to get the notes though, if we can afford them. Hey, look, lone flowers are worth a decent amount. You get these. Ogres are like onions. Wakestones are also good to sell, but they're kind of hard to get until you're in the post game, at which point they become a decent farm as well. They're heavy. They'll be overloaded quickly if you farm them. Is that enough? They're 35 each, right? So that's 70k that I need. It feels like I just did that a while ago. That's not real. I think we might call it after the dragon, because I'm noticing that my back hurts a little bit.
Here you are. Here you are.
Can I just buy them into storage? Yeah, so it says a record of coin you lent to a peddler to cover travel expenses. Her name currently escapes you. It's heavily implied that they lent like 70k to Madeline. Like we already lent like 1,000 to Madeline.
Here you are.
Madeline's
Today's goods.
not good business.
Pray call it.
But the interesting part about this is that I think this will move in the smith here and someone over here, and it will also make it so
This looks interesting.
part of the mine that is currently blocked somewhere. I think this piece here gets opened, or this part that is blocked. I don't know, but that's something that'll happen later on. But I don't quite know when it will happen. Actually, it might happen like right now when we leave the area and come back. For all I know. Should have sprinted to the end because now sprinting is gonna cost stamina again. It would have been better stamina management.
I'd not thought to find such a place here.
There's an encampment over this direction. Also saurians here. Do you see these tripwire hooks? I think that's one. Yeah. They just basically make noise. I'm stuck on the leg.
Monsters arisen! Ready yourself! We have triumphed.
Saurians are quite difficult the first time, or in the beginning, because they have this like basically hyper armor, but if you just cut off their tail, first of all they lose a lot of their hyper armor, or a lot of their stagger resistance, or whatever. And second of all, they usually go to the ground and you can just pin them down for your teammates to beat up on them. So unless it's like a whole bunch of Saurians, you're usually fine.
It looks well deep, Master. Be careful.
You just bully them one by one. Pretty good strategy. Then over here is a little encampment, like the Great Wall encampment, where I usually like to place a port crystal, but we don't have a port crystal yet because I'm doing shenanigans.
What purpose do you see?
A cloud of unease hangs over the land these days. With time yet? With time yet? Think on it well.
That sounds like Sam Riegel. Doing a really bad accent. Which would be on brand. Oh, he also has weapons, but I think his weapons are not as good. Nope, they aren't. But it is a place that you can, without glitches or anything, get some advanced vocation weapons early, which doesn't matter because you won't be able to have the advanced vocations yet.
With time yet? Think on it well.
Sorry.
Come back.
Some walk here. I was dispatched from the cap. I can. Tis mine. Just name it, sir. Just name it, sir. Just name it, sir. Well, what say?
Did we gain vocation ranks since the last time I checked? We had anything new? No. But with the next vocation rank we get the skill where we do more damage when we're solo, which won't matter. Because we're not gonna be solo for most of this. I thought this was a goblin. I saw the red over there of like the sun in his armor, and I was like, hey, is that a goblin? Why is there a goblin over there? And yeah, actually over this direction is where the dragon is. So we're gonna save here, just in case the dragon clowns on us and murders us. I don't think the dragon will murder us,
The marsh grows deep at its center.
but I am worried about the fact that we might not have the damage it takes to kill the dragon. Because they have a lot of health, and while yes, you always do minimum 1 damage to an enemy, I would rather not zerk down an enemy with like 8 health bars with 1 damage at a time.
Animal dung. A deer, perhaps?
There it is.
Tis large for a goblin.
The dragon.
Mind the stones it throws!
Now arisen! End it!
They grow frenzied!
A dragon? Why? How? You'll get nowhere while it's
Even in
alone.
numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
A goblin!
Okay, we got it out of the air, that's good. Okay, I ran out of stamina, that's less good. Now you see the glowing bit in the stats? That's the weak spot and we're doing no damage to it. And yeah, we're not doing the dragon. Like, we could most likely zerk it down. Especially fire drakes aren't that difficult. They have the habit of flying into the air and breathing fire, and if you have a bow with like multi-shot, you can shoot them down and then they're on the ground and they're staggering, but we do no damage to that thing. If we are going to zerk this dragon down, we're gonna be here for like half an hour. And I don't want to zerk away on a dragon for half an hour. If we had parry-ups, maybe. But we would need more than 1 set of parry-ups. We couldn't kill it in a minute with parry-ups, I don't think. So we would need like 12 or maybe even 16, maybe even 20. And we could probably kill it. And assuming we would roll the Dragon Forge, it would absolutely be worth it. But we don't have that amount of parry-ups, and I don't think we can buy them yet from Fornival. I actually don't even know if we can get to Fornival yet. So Dragon is out the window, which means we only have story progression left. But like I said earlier, I think we're gonna call it after the dragon, so we're going back to Gran Soren. And next time, we'll do some story progression. Next time, I don't know what next time will be, maybe next time will be tomorrow? We have here actually. No harpies, undead, skeletons, oh, bummer, could have done that. Rabbits, direwolves. Pick all of these up. Like, none of them were super important, but it would have been nice to get the ogre stuff. Whatever. So, next time we're gonna do the pawn guard. You've seen him with the red thing over his head. He has a quest for us. That is story progression, mandatory. Which will also give us access to our first port crystal. But that is for next time. The solar armor for the undead kills, we might farm for that. Because that is a heavy armor chest mail that Wild Rose could use, which gives you some HP regen while in the sun. It's not fantastic, but it would probably be an upgrade. It's also ugly as sun. Why do the rabbits give 50k? Soulbreaker? Annealed Grace. Actually, that reminds me. So before we do this, I want to look something up before we end the stream. Because there is notice board quests on Bitter Black Isle, and I know that deeper in there is a notice board quest that gives you really good armor. But first of all, I don't know if we can do that yet. I mean, I know for a fact that we can't do it yet because it's not on this notice board. It's on the next notice board. Yeah. Which we could get to.
She always lived here. Seems something's written here. I wonder what's inside.
Wouldn't be that big a deal. But it would be a really, really good pickup for Wild Rose. But it is possible that it's post game only. Because I know for I think it's the chest piece, you need to kill a frostworm. Frostworms are stronger than drakes, or fire drakes, and we didn't do any damage to fire drakes, so even if it's not post game, we can't do that. For the other one, you have to kill a gore cyclops. Gore cyclops are also really tough, but you can make that one fall off a ledge. So that could work. And I do kind of want the armor because not only is it one of the coolest looking armors, like not the chest piece, but the other pieces look pretty cool. It also, all of them give you health regen passively, which with all the gear combined is like a path of health regen of like 6 hit points per second or whatever. It's not that amazing, but it would be kind of cool, kind of nice to have. And if I'm not picking it up early, I'm not gonna use it at all because then I can't just get the tier 1 armors, which is better. And can roll with health regen on them as well. But anyways, we might do that next time. I'm not sure. It would basically just require us to run through Bitter Black Isle to the notice board, which wouldn't be that hard. But let's rest until morning. It's so expensive. Takes 500 gold per rest. Whereas, like, with the DLC, you could, in theory, just port to... Like, we have the Eternal Fairy Stone, so we could port to Casardis, where we could rest for 50. But I kind of want to end in Grand Soren, so we can continue from here and... saving, updating the pawns for everybody, and we are going to save and return to title screen anyways. So I will thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed it, be sure to leave a follow. I'm gonna hopefully stream a bit more regularly. Dragon's Dogma is gonna last a while, and I really enjoy playing Dragon's Dogma. And if I'm just telling myself that I'm not playing Dragon's Dogma unless I stream, I have pretty good motivation. But yeah, so like I said, if you enjoyed it, leave a follow, so you see when I'm live the next time. And thank you all for watching, and I wish you all a good night / evening if you are on the other side of the world. It's afternoon more like for you, but you know. Bye.